Good evening and welcome to another installment of this Saturday evening live stream. Well, we have two in the house. That's awesome. Please comment so I know who you two are again. I appreciate that. Well, this week has been pretty busy. Kept me busy anyway. So, a nice cup of coffee on top of this too. Well, how are you guys doing? It's good to see every one of you. And we wait a couple of more minutes before we get into it. Hey, MC Josh, good to see you, brother. How are you doing, my friend? Hey, Maccabeus, good to see you, and good evening. Well, it's afternoon where you are. I hope your week has been great. Mine has been pretty busy. A lot of things to do. Well, MC Josh, you have been pretty busy too. Yeah, same for me. I have been pretty busy lately. Um, I never thought I could be that busy, but it is what it is. Maccabeus, that's awesome, my friend. That your week has been excellent. It's good to see you. Hey, Rebel Canners. Good to see you again, my friend. How are you doing, Tammy? I hope everything is okay with you, and I hope your week has been good for too. Hey, preparedness veteran. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I hope your week has been good for you, my friend. And before I forget things, I pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So if anybody are up for it, please click the link and join me up here. I figured I'd drop in and say, hey, before I get back to the grind for the day. I appreciate that, Josh. That's good to hear, preparedness veteran. Good to hear. Mine has been pretty busy, actually. A lot of things to do. But anyway, if anybody are up for it, just click the StreamYard link that I pinned in the top of the chat and join me. Feel free to do it. I would appreciate that. Yeah, and if we get to the topic, we wait a few minutes more until more people join us. And before we get into the topic for today. Uh, hey, Simply Nanette, good to see you, my friend. How are you doing? Good to see you this Saturday evening. Okay, MC Josh, no problem. I appreciate that too, Nanette. Well, Nanette, I had a pretty busy week, and actually, I'm pretty tired, but I manage. But I'm doing okay. So, how are you doing, Nanette? I hope you are doing good too. Well, the topic for today is secure and protect your resources. I appreciate that, Nanette. Hey, preparedness veteran, good to see you again, brother.
Hey, Shadow, you okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Good, yeah. Look a bit lonely there, so I thought I'd join you. Give us some moral
Yeah, I
support.
appreciate that.
So, yeah, you've been busy all week, have you?
Yeah, it has been a pretty busy week.
Yeah. I've been away for a couple of weeks. I've been painting, scraping, and I've got my boat out of the water and a lot of work there. So,
Yeah, that
that's
keeps
all.
you busy too.
Yeah, you're on a fixed timeline, so you can only take it out on a certain time. It's Saturday. As I say, that's all you got, and you're then battling against the weather to get
Yeah,
some paint on outside as well, which ain't ideal. So anyway, I managed to get that done and back in the water Saturday last week, yeah, and got a couple more things to do on it next week. Yeah, so that's been about it. Simply in the nets. How you doing? Yeah,
I
and
appreciate that, Nanette.
watching the coronation today. Today's been a bit of a washout, really.
Yeah, I saw that King Charles, right, the third.
Yep. So,
Yeah, that must be a pretty big event.
yeah, there's over 11,000 police involved, drawn from all over the country. Air Force involved, hundreds of Army personnel, Navy personnel.
Royal Marines.
Yeah. Army, Navy, Air Force. There was, and it goes to things like air traffic controllers are involved and all sorts. Security, the people in the background doing all the admin work, and so on and so on.
Yeah,
We're
and
looking at
probably
the.
SAS too.
There'll be all sorts of people involved. Yeah, there was. Did you ever use Flight Tracker? Any of the
Okay.
Do you ever use any flight tracking programs?
No, I can't say I have.
Yeah, it's a multitude out there, but I use four different types. I use the main one people are probably familiar with is one called Flight Radar 24, and it's real-time flight tracker of all aircraft in your area all across the world. And you zoom into whatever area you want to look at, and it will tell you the live flight feed, tell you what aircraft it is, where it's going from to, speed, altitude, all this sort of stuff, what airline it is. And these are only the aircraft that have their transponders on. Normally, every aircraft will have its transponders on, but you get one or two smaller aircraft which don't. So there might be the odd one or two little aircraft which don't have their transponder on. So therefore, they'll be invisible on the map. But
Yeah.
anyway, I was looking at the one of the flight trackers, and all the aircraft coming into London Heathrow were put in a holding pattern and told to wait basically until the fly past had finished, because there was a fly past. And yeah, just a little demonstration. It just shows you who else is involved in the background scenes. So everyone's affected, from travellers to air traffic controllers, got to deal with it, and all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah, it's a good tool, that is. So if you look at this Flight Radar 24, which is a popular flight tracker, there's ADSB Exchange, Free Radar, AF1 Live Flight Tracking Radar. That's the ones I use. They're the good tools to have, and it adds up to the picture of what's going on in your area above, in the skies and stuff like that. There's also boat trackers, so you can track all the boats around the world, from shipping container boats, passenger boats, ferries, and that sort of stuff.
That's
train
cool.
trackers, and so if you get all these together, you can sort of build up a picture in your area. I might do a video on it, actually. Come to think of it. Just give yourself an idea. You can build up a picture of what's sort of traffic from boats to aircraft all around your area. So how busy it is. See these, you can see the you can get an idea of the supply chain and any disruptions, so to speak. Like an example of that would be the Suez Canal boat that wedged itself in last year or year before, and all the products from China were then stalled for a couple of months, weren't they? That caused a big supply chain disruption, and you can see that straight away on one of the boat trackers. Yeah, so there's plenty of tools out there. You just got to know where to look and basically find them. So apart from that, yeah.
So what do you think about today's topic, my friend? Secure and protect your resources.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely one of those topics that are on the top of everyone's list, or should be, because once you got all your gear and you're in the situation, whatever situation you're in, then eyes and thoughts start to turn to security, and not only of just your stuff, but wherever you are, in your house or your residence or your bunker or your boat or whatever, and you got to protect what you've got, because no doubt there'll be someone may have eyes on it, wanting it. So yeah, definitely.
Especially when it comes to food and water, you need to protect it from the environment, to be contaminated.
Yeah, so it's not just the threat from people trying to take your stuff.
Yeah,
protecting
that
it
too.
Against the environment and pests, and the potential ongoing threat from the situation that's occurred. Like was it a couple of years ago, there was La Palma volcano erupted, and there were although a large amount of people were evacuated, there was still an ongoing threat from the rolling lava and the gas clouds.
Yeah.
So I suppose people have to watch out for that as well.
Yeah, I think I heard something about that, about La Palma.
Yeah, La Palma's a big threat, because even though it was just the volcano that was erupted, which caused local disruption, and it's slightly spread wider to the air traffic in the area because of the ash cloud. But the big thing with La Palma, which should be on everyone's radar, is La Palma is, if anyone don't know, it's one of the small Canary Islands. And La Palma
Yeah.
is the Canary Island with a big fault line going right through the center of it. And the fear is that half of that island is going to have a massive landslide and slip into the sea, causing a mega tsunami. And that mega tsunami would go right across the Atlantic and affect all of the eastern United States and Central America, the Bahamas, and the northern portion of Brazil, at least. And it could also affect, well, it probably will affect the western side of Africa. And this tsunami is projected to be hundreds of feet high. Some people say it's going to be a big tsunami. Some people say it's just going to be a splash, but no one really knows. But that's the big threat with La Palma. And that was one of the things people were looking at when the volcano erupted. They thought there was going to be some sort of knock-on effect with the increasing magma chamber underneath. They thought it could cause further potential to disrupt that fault line. So anyway, the threat with that is, yeah, fine. We live in Europe, and it's not going to affect us directly. But if a tsunami wipes out the whole of the eastern side of America, you've got New York and all the big cities on the eastern seaboard.
Yeah.
If they get, well, not necessarily wiped out, but majorly disrupted, then it's going to have a massive economical effect across the board, because you've got all the financial exchanges that go on there, trade routes, and so on and so on. And it will have a worldwide impact, I reckon, for years to come. So if anyone's not aware of it, La Palma should definitely be on their radar. So anyway,
Yeah.
a bit of a sideline thing there.
Well, that makes everything more complicated if you need to protect your resources and keep them secure. If you live nearby a island with a volcano like that.
Yeah, when it comes to sort of resources, I think people have got to think in the wider term, because if an event happens somewhere else in a different country, it's the knock-on effect that people have got to look at. We're living in an increasingly interconnected world where one country doesn't own everything anymore. We're reliant on imports and exports and products from China and so on.
Yeah.
And people have got to start looking at what other countries produce, the supply chains, and all this sort of thing. And if that gets disrupted or stops, then the flow of goods is going to stop, or the monetary system is going to get hugely disrupted. And if that gets disrupted, you're talking about the first thing that goes up is the price of oil, gasoline, diesel. Most countries run on diesel. I mean, Britain, for instance, lives on diesel. Everything revolves around it, basically, from trucks to trains. A certain number of trains, mostly electric now, and that knock-on effect will trickle down to, ultimately, petty crime will go up, and that'll escalate. So, yeah, resources and security, which should go hand in hand, should be on everyone's radar, definitely. And it's how they look at it and approach it, which that they should start to think about.
Yeah, and I was thinking about the volcanoes. When they erupt, they throw particles very high up in the air, in the atmosphere.
Yeah,
And the winds up there can move these particles far away, and they drop somewhere else and fall into a water stream or water source where you take water from, and that could be contaminate the water, so it can be drinkable.
yeah. Well, volcanic ash should be an easy thing to get rid of from water because the particles are relatively big. I should imagine a cheap water filter would be able to make a contaminated supply from volcanic ash quite potable. But I can remember, I mean, once so long ago, I think it was 2009 or 2010, they had a big Icelandic volcano that erupted, which disrupted all air traffic
Yeah.
from Europe to America because air traffic doesn't fly in a straight line. You look at it on the map, it does a great circle route, so most of it travels from Europe over the Arctic or the northern latitudes, which most fly over from over Iceland, and that volcanic ash cloud. I think the majority of air traffic to America was stopped for a while.
Yeah. It was 2010 that eruption
2010.
happened.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. I'll say, in fact, I was going to go somewhere else, but that particular year we went to Norway instead. We went to a skiing holiday in Norway,
Yeah.
and yeah, well,
They canceled all flights, even here in Sweden. So because of that, the ash. So
yeah. I mean, it's so disruptive or destructive on their mechanical turbine engines.
yeah.
Volcanic ash, it's horrendous. But this is the sort of thing Bob will know about, being an aerospace engineer.
Yeah. He should know, have some knowledge about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at. We got some friends who used to live in Spain. I was chatting to them, and they were saying, if you look at Spain, most houses have got, in fact, majority of houses, probably all of them, have got bars on the windows and doors, iron bars,
Yeah.
which is one of the requirements through Spanish insurance companies, because Spain's got a high level of petty crime. So and squatters. So if you leave anything open, 9 times out of 10 you're going to get burgled quite quickly. Anyway, one of the tactics the burglars are using was gassing the inhabitants with sleeping gas, some sort. I don't know what exactly type of gas it was.
Okay.
They were piping in gas under the house or through these bars early or late at night while people were sleeping, completely knocking them out and then breaking in. But I mean, the majority of these people who had the houses broken into were quite rich, because the benefits obviously would need to outweigh the risk. And the point being is, this sort of thing will probably be used in any sort of escalating event where there's no particular response from any law enforcement.
Yeah.
But I should imagine it will get quite dirty quite quickly, the behaviour of people, in terms of how brazen they can be or how bold they can be. And this is when people have got to start looking at some sort of defensive measure and bolstering security up on their house.
Yeah.
In fact, they should be doing that now, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Myra. Welcome. Good to see you again, my friend.
So if anyone's got any questions in the chat, feel free to post it. We can thrash it through.
That is a problem when they use sleeping gas for and pumping things into the houses. Especially, that would be a problem you need to solve if you need to protect your, especially if you're a prepper.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it'll be the targets are rich people.
Yeah,
You're talking, 50,000 euro plus worth of gear. I don't know, but I can't see them doing that for the standard sort of person in a standard house on the street. But the thing is, you never know. These people are
like,
about, and these people are reckying and looking.
yeah. Maccabeus says mousetrap, shot shell, and a can of raid bug spray can ruin your day if someone throws it through your window. Yeah, I bet it does.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a yeah. I mean, we all live in different countries, and we all got different laws and rules at the moment. But that all goes out the window when anything really bad kicks off, because people nowadays know that the police can't cope, the police can't respond, and all they're interested in is withdrawn into a sort of central location to protect their own governmental type assets. And they're
Yeah,
just especially in Britain, they're just a reactionary force. They haven't got the manpower to positively promote people out on the streets looking for the bad guys. So they're going to be tied up doing other things. And you've got to look at, or people have got to look at their own countries and start thinking about what the availability of weapons and assets that they've got at their disposal now and in any sort of SHTF situation.
yeah,
And I should imagine the most common theme across the world would be organized crime gangs will have access to everything you could think of,
yeah,
guns and so on, so on, and explosives in some cases.
yeah. Black market.
Yeah, I can't see. Well, I estimate that that sort of thing will be more prevalent in the towns and cities, the big cities mainly, where the organised crime factions and gangs are most prevalent.
Yeah, gangs from the different part of the city too.
Yeah, I mean, here in Britain, I can't see the availability of firearms over here is pretty limited, only because what to dispel any rumours, in Britain you can have just about every firearm you can think of. There's no, we're not restricted severely gun laws. All you
Yeah,
need is a reason to have one. Then you apply
yeah,
for your license and so on and so on.
yeah. If you have a reason, like if you are a hunter, that is a legit reason for having a rifle.
Yeah, but I mean over here you can own an AR-15, Colt 45, 50 cal sniper rifles. There's quite a wide ranging array of weapons you can own here. You just need to, if your reason warrants having one, you apply for your license, then you've got one. But that sort of specialist weapon, as I refer them to over here, would be limited, very limited to a small number of people.
Yeah,
We're talking unique gun clubs, the enthusiast, the special weapons collector, and so on. They'll have, yeah, it's always good guys who have all this stuff. The majority of people, and this is more of a loose ownership, are shotgun owners and 2.2 rifle owners, which own or go hunting. You get the deer hunters and so on. So people got to look at the most common sort of thing that people own in a lethal aspect, especially when it comes to firearms. And over here in Britain, it will be the shotgun, I should imagine. Aside from that, we're talking crossbows, bows, and knives and blades, basically.
Yeah.
So having said that, you've got to then start thinking about the mode of attack. Is it going to be ones and twos or groups and gangs? Are they going to be long-term groups and gangs, or are they just going to be ad hoc, cobbled together people that they've bumped into in the streets? Oh, let's go and take over Mrs. Jones's house and all this sort of stuff. And yeah, this sort of questions people have got to ask themselves now and start thinking about what sort of plan they're going to have if it all kicks off and it gets to that sort of event.
Gangs will be the pretty big problem, especially if they find out that you have some stuff at home stocked up.
Yeah, I don't like predicting what's going to happen. I mean, a lot of people say, "Oh, this is going to happen, that's going to happen." I don't know. But what you've got to cover all bases, really. Look at the possibilities and try and take it from there, really. I mean, there's a good likelihood that that sort of thing will happen. I mean, initially, I should imagine that we're talking about the odd one or two people, the common burglars, and that sort of crime rate escalating to become more prevalent. And then it will sort of grow into 2s, 3s, 4s, and bigger groups of people, I should imagine. It must get to a point in time where these people, depending on the event, have become ill. Their immune system's gone right down. They're weak. They're not very strong. The only strength they've got is the weapon they've got in their hands and the numbers of them. So instead of 2 or 3, you might get 4 or 5 weak people, which could quite easily become one strong person, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, a good thing to have for personal protection if you live in anywhere where you've got quite restrictive laws would be a shield. A solid steel shield or a riot shield. It's a good start, I suppose.
Yeah, those are pretty expensive. Steel shields. They are pretty heavy too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, specialist items. You can get ones which they're about 18 inches long and 9-10 inches wide. They fit over your forearm. You get quite a lot of Chinese versions of those being sold, and on one end of them you got a series of spikes, which is quite handy. They're good for like small areas and deflecting knife blades if it comes to it. But you're talking knives, I guess you're on a loser straight away there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bad situation. Yeah, so protecting resources, you've got to, like I said, I would personally look at it as a whole. Well, I look at things slightly different, I suppose, when it comes to any sort of security and protection. I look at it from a military point of view, and I go back to the things I was taught, which all stems from the principles of defence. And you're obviously going to be relating it to an urban environment because you've got a house there straight away.
Yeah,
So
or an apartment.
yeah, exactly. Your biggest strength, or anyone in an apartment, their biggest strength will be the numbers of people. If you can band together and look out for each other in an apartment, I mean, there's only one or two entrances in, so that's a
Yeah,
winner straight away. There's obviously pluses and minuses and vulnerabilities to that. So maybe people can band together, but that's a battle within itself anyway, because you're relying then on the strength, willingness, and support of the people in that apartment block. And if they're not up to it, or there's one weak link, that's it. You know,
yeah,
your vulnerability is just shot straight up.
exactly.
So yeah, I'm just looking at. I'll write an article. Defending your location, it was called. Prepper principles, and it was based around my principles of defense for preppers.
Yeah,
And in fact, I'll drop a link somewhere. Have a look.
yeah, please do.
Where shall I put it? I'll put it in StreamYard. Right, so there's the link there. You go to it.
Yeah, I copy it and copy. Uh, Paste. Uh, yeah, it's a really nice article.
Yeah, so what I basically talk about there, I basically translated the basic building blocks and principles of defense that we use in the army to a
Yeah,
sort of civilian speak, if you like, so people can understand it. There's a lot of acronyms and three-letter abbreviations involved, and there's basically the five there. So you've got defense in depth, and that is if you have a one line of people, for instance, you're more vulnerable to a staggered line of people or two lines of people because you've got depth of protection there. I
yeah,
mean, these all interlink and work amongst each other. If you've got one really weak area, it's going to undermine the rest of them. So you've got defense in depth, then obviously all round defense, because you want 360 view of what you're trying to protect. Offensive spirit. Like I say, there, it's no good having a good plan with everything in place if the will to defend it or fight isn't there. So when you're attacked, it could turn into a defend or die situation
yeah,
if your resources are that precious. Or you just could bug out to an alternate location, let them have it, and then come back and pick up the pieces later. A reserve force, obviously, not everyone can stay awake at the same time or be alert and on patrol or looking out at the same time. So a couple of people, you could have a couple designated that are just on standby to bolster the rest of your protection up if need be.
yeah,
Some form of deception plan in terms of luring people into a sort of prearranged weak point or a killing area, or you could arrange your whole property, for instance, to look so unappealing that they'll go somewhere else instead. Or you can make it so strong looking that they'll go to the weaker looking house, and so on. But deception plays a big part as well there.
yeah,
Concealment.
exactly.
Concealment's pretty obvious. Yeah. Liz Select Jepson, as she says there, fire extinguisher is good for protection. That's, yeah, I'd agree with that. And I've got some of those specifically for that purpose. If someone comes, you spray a fire extinguisher someone, you're blinding them.
Yeah, if it's not the foam, you need the other one.
Yeah, they get the powder one definitely,
Yeah,
and it will just completely fill an area full of powder, and it will give you precious time either to follow up and escalate the force, or to get out to a safer area.
yeah,
Yeah, definitely. Fire extinguishers are a good tool, and also they're a good tool because at some point in many situations, unless you've got a complete breakdown and there's no chance of any sort of law and order ever coming back, at some point in the future, people are going to be held to account to what's gone on, and you could be then held to account for killing someone or badly hurting someone because you thought that was it,
yeah,
So having something like that, fire extinguisher is it's an item at hand with an alternate use. Oh, I was using it for it's my fire protection system. That could be your defence if you need to. And yeah, the last aspect is concealment. Pretty obvious, really. And mutual support, which basically is having another. When you're fighting on a single front, you can be overwhelmed quite quickly. So having some sort of contribution from alternate positions, it will double the concentration of attacking angles. And
yeah,
it's a bit hard to explain. It's when you've got, let's say, a square fortification, one person on each corner, for instance. One person's arc of fire can cover the second corner. So you've not got one person fighting against anyone else. You've got two people covering the same area. That's mutual support. Mutual support can also be from, well, in the military, it can come from artillery strikes that you can call an airstrike and so on, but that's not going to happen. So people just got to use their imagination on that one.
yeah.
Interlocking fields of fire, use of cameras and drones and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I mean, people read the article, they can interpret it quite easily.
Yeah, and when it comes to drones, you need to check your country's laws or your local laws, where when it comes to and regulation when it comes to how you can use your drones, because here in Sweden you have regulations on how you can use your drones. You can't just fly them wherever you want. Um, so
Yeah, same here. There's a restriction on height and usage and proximity to airfields, that sort of stuff.
yeah, and we
But
had in the beginning when the drones began to get popular here. Uh, they flew these drones everywhere because we didn't have any regulations by then. So that caused a lot of problems. So the government has to create some regulations for how to use your drones. So
yeah, we're the same problem here. There was near misses with aircraft and stuff like that. And you saw them initially when they first come out. Yeah, like you said, everywhere. New toy for people, and they've clamped down on it in a bit now. But I mean, drones are good because you can use them for wrecking areas. You can survey damaged areas.
yeah, especially if you have a farm or a homestead, you can use your drone on your
Yeah,
own
in
land,
your own
so
area.
you can,
Yeah,
yeah, your own area, your own. So that will not be a problem because you can film your own area and see what the damage where you have some damages.
yeah,
So
that's right. You can also look for survivors and stuff like that, or look for
yeah,
lost
that too.
livestock.
Yeah,
But problem with drones is, well, because it's an electrical device, you've got to then have the ability to recharge it in a grid down situation.
yeah,
This is when people have got to start thinking about their energy independence. And
yeah. I believe you can fly a drone 30 minutes before, and then after that you need to recharge it again.
right, yeah, it's like all these solar power banks. People have got these solar power stations. You know, the little units like the Bluetti and the Jackery and all that sort of thing. I mean, they're okay for a short-term situation, but at the end of the day, the energy you take out, you've got to put it back in. And if you ain't got the ability to put it back in, it's just a one-off single-use item. So
Yeah, exactly.
solar panels or a gasoline generator or wind turbine or small hydro unit you've got to start employing those. I suppose the easiest one for preppers would be just solar panels.
Yeah,
I mean, fold up solar panels, 100 watts, get three of those, that's 300 watts. You can charge quite a lot up pretty quickly with that, including things like drones. So, yeah, and securing and protecting resources. So, it might be a good idea to people to think about comms as well, radios and communication, stuff like that.
yeah. Create
Or,
listening posts, observation posts.
yeah, field telephones, which don't rely on batteries. The good ones you can get are the white little dynamo ones, like a little wind-up handle, but they're mostly really old now.
Yeah.
Hard to get hold of and expensive because everyone wants one there.
Darren Dobson, my friend, good to see you. Long
Darren
time no see,
Dobson,
Darren.
how you doing?
He's a really good guy.
Yeah, so if anyone's got any suggestions, questions, anything they
Thank
want
you,
to add,
Darren. I appreciate that.
put them in the comments. Yeah, the ability to charge things. I mean, when you're talking about securing and protecting, unless you're got your neighbours on board, unless you're part of a group that's managed to actually get together, meet up at your alternate location or whatever, then you're going to be on your own, you and your family, and that's it. So people have got to start thinking about light discipline, heat discipline. I mean, it's all right for us to know about all these things, but your wife and kids, you've got to start instilling this mentality into those so they don't compromise you, or how are you going to get there with your wife and kids, or your wife, or just if you just live on your own, just you, into the frame of mind to start thinking about defense, protecting resources. I mean, do you start thinking about uh, taking all your resources and putting it into a central room, or do you split the resources up in fear of it all getting damaged? You don't put your eggs in one basket. Or do you start thinking about putting caches out in
Yeah.
case you need to have a fallback plan? And all this is quite relevant actually, because if you're in an area where there are people roaming around looking for things to nick, steal, or they're looking to break into your place, then it could be quite a good idea to have a cache or a series of caches buried elsewhere, or it doesn't have to, it doesn't have to be hidden from the world. It could be under a tarp at the bottom of the garden, or in an old tatty box somewhere.
Or you put it in the middle of a pile of firewood.
Yeah,
you put it in the middle and you pile up the firewood around it and put a tarp over it.
Yeah. Until in the winter, food's going to become a good resource. So if people come nicking firewood, they can say, "Oh, what's that there?"
Yeah.
So it could be that could be a seasonal option.
Yeah.
Well, if seasonal, it could be all year round, because if you lost power, people might resort to wood fires for cooking, even in the summer. So yeah, you could. I don't suppose it would be a very good idea either to start tagging your gear, because once it's gone, it's gone. And unless you're going to go looking for it, then too late.
Yeah, you could put a tracking device on it, a GPS device, GPS tracking device on it.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, in a sort of a localized event, you could do that. In a wider event or a longer term event, you're then talking about using extra resources in terms of power to locate that device, and then venturing out to confront the people who have stolen it across potentially hostile areas. It might not be worth the risk, because what people got to think about, if the situation is that bad and there's no medical care or hospital care left, or they're completely consumed into treating other people in the masses, then you start taking risks and going out to places and you get injured, then that's it. You're on your own.
Indeed. That's why you need a book like this.
Yeah, I've got that. I've got that one there. I've got that one and the version 1 as well.
Yeah,
is that the color one or the black and white one?
Yeah, this is the black and white.
Yeah, I've got the black and white one. It's a very, very good book. Yeah.
Yeah. It's 700 pages in this book.
Yeah. Yeah.
This book weighs 1.5 kilo. So
I got mine off Amazon, and
that's a big book.
Yeah, it's very good. It's a good size as well. I got mine off Amazon, and it's quite good because they print it locally somewhere and they just ship it straight to you, and it's a good system they do there. And but yeah, it's a good book because it covers just about everything you think of, really.
Yeah, I just take a quick look through it, and it was a lot of information in it. So,
but it also they've done it quite cleverly, because all the ailments, injuries in there, you could more or less treat yourself. Anything beyond that book, you're really pretty much stuffed, because you're going to have to rely on some sort of internal procedure, some sort of operation, and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
I suppose the most traumatic thing that you could do is have a bloody amputation, really, or have to amputate a limb. Yeah, as Myra says there.
Yeah.
Research of plants that you can eat in wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've looked into that, and I mean, there's plenty of plants that do various things, but the problem I've come across is.
Hey, CR. Good to see you.
The problem I've come across with plants and medicinal plants, that you can go foraging for, is dosage. when you look at modern day medication, this is just my point of view because I'm not an expert in this thing, is that the miracle of modern day medication is, it's just unbelievable. As it says, it's a miracle. All these over-the-counter tablets you can get, prescription medications, they've been researched and refined to give a specific sort of end product. Problem I have with foraging for things to treat something with is, yes, it contains something in it that can help you, but it contains other things, and you got to get the dosage bang on and know what you're doing, because otherwise you'll end up poisoning yourself or not, under treating the patient. So anyone into that and who wants to get into foraging medication, harvesting medication from plants, they've got to really be practiced in it and know what they're doing, really, because I know that I can get a couple of 1-inch square pieces of bark from willow tree, put them in boiling water, and it'll cure a headache and minor pain. But at the end of the day, it's salicylic acid, aspirin. It's quite acidic and it has destructive properties at the end of the day. So you got to consider the longer term effects as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is when we are talking about the medical stuff and medical gear and things like that, and that is another thing that is, after food and water, that is the second most important thing. You need to protect and keep secured, because that is something you will lose pretty quick.
But it's a contingency. So as long as you don't get it, I mean, we all need food and water to live and survive. So that's a given. You've got to have those. So when it comes to medication, it's a contingency because you don't actually need it until something else happens or you get injured. And that's probably going to be inevitable. So you do need it at some point, no matter how careful you are. The question is then, have you got it? Have you got the skills to treat your injury? And is it in date? Is it clean? But also on top of that, you've got to consider the longer term effects of the injury. So wound management, infection control, and all that sort of stuff that nurses are particularly skilled at. So yeah. I mean,
lucky for me that my daughter is studying to be a nurse, so that is
a good one. Yep.
So I'm happy with that.
I mean, you can do basic things, and I've done basic things. Well, yeah, I consider basic things. I mean, I've given people stitches in the field with local anaesthetic, drips in myself, drips in other people, and all that sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, they've continued to go on to see a medical doctor afterwards. I've given people fillings in the backwoods of Canada. I stitched up a guy's nose in the Mojave Desert.
Yeah.
And I probably told you that story. Come across these two guys. They put their Humvee into a ditch in the middle of the Mojave Desert, just outside Death Valley, and rubbing my hands together. So, all right, here we go. Use my medical skills here. So, got me my medical bag out and 2 local anaesthetics I had there, both with lidocaine, xylene. Lidocaine with one with adrenaline, one without adrenaline. When I opened the bag, one of them, both the labels had dropped off. You can't give the one with adrenaline on anything that you're going to put into an extremity, because you got the risk there of the the digit, the nose, the ears, dying and drying off. So I had to make a quick estimation on which one was the right one. Put it into him and then stitch this guy's nose up. Luckily, it was the right one, but that's that sort of minor thing that could scupper someone. Yeah, so the medical aspect of it, definitely. You can all. I'd hope that a decent prepper would know how to stitch someone up. I'd hope a decent prepper would know when they have the need to stitch someone up, when to leave the wound open.
The problem I noticed here in Sweden is they don't teach regular people or ordinary people here in Sweden how to stitch up someone. They don't.
Yeah.
That is a little bit of a sad thing. I think they should, for one reason. If something happens in like take an SHTF for situation for an example, and you don't have any medics who can stitch that person up, and that person need to be stitched up. So what can you do? What can you do if you don't have the knowledge? You need. So if you have the knowledge, you can stitch that person up. Okay, that will not be a fun experience, but you might save that person's life.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully someone would have some form of reference book as a worst case to go from, like the survival manual there, the medical survival book, From Book to Bones, and there's Amy. So they've got to make a judgment. They've got to read the book to start with, and they've got to understand the book.
Yeah.
In terms of, right, does this actually warrant stitches in the first place? Or does this wound does it warrant? Does it need closing to begin with? If yes, okay, how am I going to close it? Am I going to use some form of glue, staples, stitches, butterfly stitches, just put a bandage around it, or to leave it? So that's the assessment they've got to make straight away. If I leave it, does it really matter that you really have to stitch someone up? Is it going to leave a scar? You're going to actually be bothered about a scar. So it's quite a lot of things to think about, and this is the sort of thing people need to, assess. It would be good to get some sort of medical training, in-depth training. Ideally, have a nurse, because nurses are the ones that basically know all the first aid knowledge. Top tip: never trust a doctor to stitch you up. Never trust a doctor to put a drip in you. Never trust a doctor to give you an injection. Get the nurses to do it, because they're the ones that know it. And they're the ones that practice it all the time. So fine, you stitch someone up. If you haven't cleaned it properly, you then risk an infection. If you have stitched it up, you think, oh yeah, good job there. 3 days later, you got the signs of infection building up. You think, oh God, what have I done here? You've potentially made something worse, and you're potentially going to kill the person, because it could develop into something more serious, and sepsis and stuff, someone like that. So, yeah, very cautious. I've got a staple kit as well as a suture kit. And to be honest, I would stitch suture as a last resort myself.
Yeah.
A lot of people might rub their hands together and think, right, this is my chance. Yeah, I've been waiting to do this. I practiced this as a prepper, and here we go. Yeah, be aware.
That is why I like US, because they teach regular people how to stitch up, to put some stitches on people. So
yeah, well, to be honest, the actual process of suturing is easy, even if you don't know how to do a suture stitch. You could just do a running stitch as if you just stitch the badge on your arm.
If I had to stitch up someone, it would be probably like this.
Yeah, exactly. It would do the job. But
Yeah, it will do the job. Yeah.
it's the other considerations I'm saying people got to think about. In terms of, does it need stitching? Has it been cleaned? Subsequent infection risk and wound management. That's what I think people should learn and research those aspects more than focus on stitching. It's actually quite a good technique that I was looking at a couple of weeks ago. That if you cut your head open, it's quite a venous area, quite a lot of blood flow around the head. They tend to bleed quite a lot. If it warrants stitching, then there's a technique called the hair apposition technique, which is quite good. It's quite interesting to look at. Hair apposition technique.
Never heard of that one before, so I'm not sure really.
Right. What
that
basically,
is.
Yeah, what you do is you need someone. The injured patient has to have hair to begin with, because what you do is you use glue, surgical glue or super glue.
Okay.
And you put a line. This is basically what you do. You glue the wound together, and then or as well as that, you get the strands of hair either side of the wound, cross them over. You're almost like doing a tiny little knot with the hair, and you're putting a blob of glue onto the hair. When that sets, it's bonding the two sides, the hair on the two sides of the wound together, and it's securing it in place more. You see what I mean? So creating you're pulling the wound together using the hair, and you're securing it with glue. Anyway, I won't say any more than that because I haven't done it and I don't know much about it, but it's an interesting thing to look at. YouTube it is quite interesting. Yeah, so the medical side of it. Yep, definitely. Protecting resources, though, it mostly, the first thing that comes to mind is defense, basically. So you're defending, worst case, your property. That's your sort of boundary limits. And if that gets breached, then you're into close-up personal confrontation then. And obviously, the more you can avoid confrontation or avoid someone trying to attack your property, the better. All the better if you got a gun, but there's quite a lot of people who haven't.
Yeah, perimeter alarms and.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that, you can put some empty cans on a fishing line or something.
Yeah, you could do that.
You put small stones in it.
Yeah.
That works too.
Yeah, I would say on that one it's a good device, an early warning system, but have you got the ability to hear it? If there's fires burning all around or some sort of other external noise going on, it's going to start to drown out a low noise like stones in a can. If you're asleep in your house, you're going to hear it. So make a judgment on it. It's definitely good noise making. And
otherwise, you can, if you have smaller cowbells, you can put them on the string because they are made to, so you can hear them on long distance. So.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, noisemakers are definitely a good one. And noisemakers are probably one of the most effective things you could do as an early warning system on the perimeter, because and the wind blows like CR says there.
Yeah.
Because The thing I'd say about noisemakers is if you're trying to be more covert, in other words, if you want to give the impression that there's no one in the house,
Yeah.
or you've evacuated, or you're in the woods, for instance, in some sort of temporary hideout or whatever, bug out location, whatever, then the noisemaker you employ should be in fitting with your surroundings. It's not very useful having, let's say, tin cans or rape alarms going off in the middle of a set of woods, because someone's walking along and they trigger a rape alarm or a gunshot trip alarm or a shotgun shell or some tin cans on a bit of string, and they think, well, hang on a minute, someone's here, they're trying to protect something. So you're just giving yourself away before they've actually known where you are. So the early warning device has got to be in fitting with the location and area. So let's say if you're in the woods, and you could produce something which makes snapping noises like twigs.
Yeah.
So because twigs are everywhere in the woods, and that's quite a common thing. Or you could put prickly bushes up to deter people, although they're not so much of a noisemaker. But you see what I mean. Also, not a noisemaker. I mean, rape alarms are a good one because, and I've got some of those, and I intend to use those. And in fact, I use some rape alarms in some of my security. So if someone opens a door or tries to open a hatch or pulls a zip, it will go off. Also consider the fact that the noise level of something like a rape alarm is quite high. Not only are you going to hear it, but is the rest of the city going to hear it? If it's that loud, it's going to alert everyone that someone's got a good defensive system going on, or they've employed some sort of decent. They've thought about their defense, and if they've thought about their defense, it's something worth protecting. So, being the grey man in terms of an early warning system has got to be looked at. Well, I mean,
Yeah. What I did when I was volunteered in the Air Force, and what me and my group did was we had firing positions, and
yeah,
we had to be as you were there at those firing positions as a guard, but we had a trail in the wood, and I came up with the idea. I found dry twigs, so I spread them out all over the trail.
yeah,
So when they come, you hear that when they break these dry twigs break. Okay,
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm
that
talking about. Yeah.
and that was really effective, actually,
Oh, yeah,
especially
definitely.
especially when it's evening and dark outside. The sound travels much easier at night and evening than it do
Yeah,
at daytime. So
yeah, yeah, yeah,
if I remember it correct, it has to do with the humidity in the air. It's much more humid. The air is much more humid at the daytime than nighttime. So it's
yeah. Sound
thinner.
travel. Yeah,
Yeah,
we used
sounds
to do that.
travel.
Just don't do it in the jungle though, because at night it gets so noisy. You can just about hear yourself think. The forest comes alive. But yeah,
Yeah,
we used to do that. I mean, problem with the military, you can employ lethal things, and you're not really bothered because that's you're in a lethal sort of conflict situation. Or the standard was if you had time, barbed wire, claymores, trip flares, hand-fired shimuli flares, mini flares, all sorts of protective devices like that. But like you say, at night, when the sound carries more, you can hear things crackling in the woods miles away, what, hundreds of meters away, should I say.
Yeah.
And you the first thing you think of, you're lying there at night and if something wakes you up, you think, that must have been a deer or a small animal. And you lie there waiting for the next crackle, and you can almost track the thing moving by just listening to the crackles. You can,
Yeah.
you know, and we used to also have standard practice was something called a comms cord, and if you had a triangular defensive position in the woods, for instance, then
Yeah.
you would clear a path, making a triangle, and you'd have the defensive positions on the outside of that path, and the more precious assets inside the path, like the radios and so on, and headquarters location. And you'd set up a piece of string basically along waist height, going along that path all round. So at night, you weren't walking around bumping into trees. You called a track plan. You know the track plan was triangular, and all you do at night was to avoid putting your torch on and giving your position away. You'd hold on to the line and you walk around until you came to your sleeping trench and things like that. And to communicate between one guard and another guard, or
Yeah.
one person to another, wherever that is, you have a bit of string going out to them, and a series of tugs would indicate that you want to speak to them or something like that. So, yeah, things like a cord could be quite useful for at night. But as Bob said a couple of weeks ago, you want to that the I think it was Bob anyway. The inside of your house, and you should be able to move around the inside of your house at night with no torches on. You should know where the furniture is. You should know where the obstacles are. So you've got the upper hand straight away. So if you've got an intruder, they don't know the lay of your lands. They could be bumping into things and tripping over things and all sorts. So you could quite easily have noisemakers inside the house, so that if they bump into a chair or a table, it will knock something off and create a noise. There's an added sort of alert system if they've got to that stage, if they've actually got into your house at that stage.
Yeah.
Without you knowing, without tripping any alarms off or whatever measures you've got, then you've still got the upper hand. Then you're into sort of intruder procedures where it's you and an intruder then, and whether your plan is to run away, go to a safe room, or confront, it's then down to you. Like I say, I mean, not many people use shields, and you could quite easily come downstairs with a blunt instrument or a fire extinguisher or with a shield or your self-defense torch, and confront them with a shield, because a shield, if they got a bladed weapon, it could stop you getting hurt if you're going to confront them. It's all situational and based. I mean, it's like people saying what to do in a street fight. You can't really say what you're going to do because each circumstance is different. So you've got to, I mean, there's been a number of, the amount of questions that I hear people ask about what's the best thing to do to defend myself. Should I learn karate? Should I learn judo? Should I go to MMA and all this sort of thing? And well, there's no answer really, because it's all situational dependent. The best thing to do would be to get good at a certain limited number of moves, so you're really good at them, practice them, and you can always fall back on those particular actions that you're going to do. Likewise with coming downstairs at night trying to defend yourself.
Yeah.
You know, have a set sequence of events that you can always fall back on that you practiced, because we haven't all got guns, you know. I mean, it'd be a lot simpler with a gun, but yeah, identify your target first. The last thing you want to do is come downstairs and shoot one of your kids because they've heard the noise first and they've gone downstairs to see who it is. So the situation would also rely on everybody knowing what to do, everybody being briefed as to what to do, and everyone singing on the same song sheet. And in one of my videos, I talk about if you're in an SHTF situation, no matter what it is, it could be a minor disaster, all the way up to a full-scale nationwide disaster.
Yeah.
That at the end of every day, you should get everybody around and have a sort of a mini briefing. You know, because it doubles up as it serves a couple of purposes. It gets everyone together because they might all have been throughout the day doing various tasks. One person might be doing water, one person might be cooking, one person might be, you know, whatever. It gets everyone together talking, so you're forming a cohesive group. You're getting them interacting with each other, which stops isolation. You're also gives you the opportunity to summarize what has gone on, what you're going to do tomorrow, and anything that else has come up, any concerns that people have got. This is something, again, we do in the army all the time. Is have an end of day sort of briefing, debrief, and so on. And it irons out the little things that could escalate, you know, the mistakes that people could make. You know, at some point, someone could turn around and say, well, I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
I didn't know about going out in the between 9 and 10 in the morning. You know, everyone has got given the opportunity then to know what everyone else is knowing, because there's nothing worse than being left out of the loop, because it isolates people, and it also breeds. If you think you're missing out on some certain types of information, certain members of your group could start to think you're withholding information. So a gathering at the end of the day, I wouldn't even call it a briefing, a gathering at the end of the day is a good idea, I think, especially in terms of security and protection in an SHTF event.
Yeah, and a dog is a good idea to have as well.
Yeah, dogs are okay. That could be a double-edged sword. I mean, a dog can deter people in the current day. You know, they can also give opposition away.
Yeah.
So it's also another mouth to feed.
It depends on how you have trained the dog.
Yep, very true. So you've got to also, if you're a family, wife, 2 kids, dog, you know, the dog's it's like your son, your brother, your sister. It's another member of the family. It can also cause extra grief if you don't control the dog properly, it gets killed, or it's injured, or dies. So, well, yeah, I mean, pluses and bonuses, I suppose.
Yeah, the problem with dogs is they are pretty expensive. So
Yeah.
to especially when you are going to buy a puppy, you can pay a lot of.
Yeah.
It costs
Especially
a
pedigree.
couple of thousand to buy a dog. So you can you can buy a dog from the cheapest 10,000 maybe and up basically. So a puppy is not that cheap.
So during lockdown, there was an increased demand for pets, and in Britain, and a lot of the national um, what are they called, rescue homes,
Yeah,
they wouldn't give people pets. They had to they rely on coming around to assess you, assessing your property, and all this sort of stuff. So a lot of
yeah,
people they went to these foreign rescue homes,
yeah,
which suddenly sort of sprang up everywhere, and people were getting their dogs from places like Romania, Bulgaria, Armenia, where they're collecting dogs off the street. It's a lucrative business for them. They look after them, and then they uh, sell them. But I think they rely on a donation to richer countries. And a lot of people going to them. And my mate, he got one of these dogs, and it was from Romania.
yeah,
And he said that the dog, when he got it, it wouldn't. It was hiding in the corner for a couple of weeks because this dog was traumatized. It was a street dog, and it took him a
yeah,
couple of months to actually get it to be properly domesticated.
yeah,
But yeah, I mean, it's various options, I suppose. Dogs are definitely a good asset to have. Definitely a good asset to have. That's what I use dogs in the military more and more now because they are pretty fearless. You can train
yeah,
them quite well, and you set, and they're not a very easy target to hit if you're shooting at a dog. You know, it's a smaller, faster, more agile thing to start shooting at.
yeah. And they run fast too, so
Yeah, and if
it's
you,
really to hit them when they're are in full speed.
yeah, the majority of my cousin's, well, my wife's cousin is a police officer, and he was saying, you know, the majority of situations where people have holed up somewhere, domestic hostage situations,
Yeah,
are resolved because you know they say, right, we're gonna send in the dog. And as soon as you mention that, they start to think about it, start to change their minds. So a lot of things are resolved through dogs.
yeah. I watched the TV show Cops, and they they were the K9 unit, and they had to call a K9 unit in. Um, they didn't need to send the dog in at that time, but another time they had to send the dog in to try to find the person, and the dog the criminals are pretty stupid because they think they can hide from a dog, but they can't because they sniff you up.
Yeah. Well, then when it comes down to it, rather the dog get killed than the person. And there's nothing more assuring than having a dog next to you than letting the dog off than you going after an assailant. Let's see, I was making a joke. Let's take a pause for a moment. Yeah. Well, you also got to consider the fact that if you have a dog and you're thinking about having it as a sort of added piece of protection, but the dog's not actually going to turn on you or attack you by mistake. Because if you, in the heat of the moment, let the dog off to go and attack an assailant or an intruder,
Yeah.
in a fit of frenzy and confusion, the dog could quite easily mistake you for the intruder when you're in close proximity.
Yeah.
Because at some point you've got to call the dog off, and it also comes back to training. You've got to train that dog quite well. Otherwise, you can end up with someone dead on your hands.
And that is not fun.
That could have been your intention to begin with: kill the person using the dog, or not.
And that can give you problems later.
Yeah. Yeah. So, as a protection of resources, I'd say. Well, you have to make yourself as unappealing as possible. You have to avoid conflict as much as possible. But if it comes down to it, then early warning systems that on the outset, and the closer in they get, the more lethal that defensive measure is. If someone is hell bent on attacking you, you want to try and make their transition from perimeter to you as slow as possible. So you can adopt things that slow people down. Barbed wire, for instance, holes in the ground. You can start putting booby traps out.
When it comes to booby traps, you need to check your laws about that, because that might be illegal. So,
well, we're talking in the context of complete without rule of law situation, complete SHTF, and you know that you've got no other option then, because
no, in that case you have no other options.
But if people do place booby traps out, you got to watch that they don't trigger it in themselves or fall ill to it. I was in the desert one time, Egypt, and we were getting chased through the American armored unit was the enemy, and we were a 4-man team on a Land Rover. One of our defences was a trip flare, because we didn't have night vision, they did.
Yeah.
And to buy us a couple of extra seconds, we deploy a trip flare out on the ground, attach it to the Land Rover, and you're always at 30 seconds to a minute's notice to move. So if you have to, you're piling the Land Rover and you just drive off. And when the trip flare gets tripped, it will momentarily blind the night vision user, and it will give you a couple of extra seconds to get away or whatever.
Yeah, anyway. If you get blinded by that, it takes at least 15 minutes before you get your night vision back.
Yeah. So we got to this location, and I said to the guys, right, we'll put the trip flare up here, because I was patrol commander. So trip flare got set up, and it's like 20 foot away from the bumper of the Land Rover. And we're all sat around the other side of the Land Rover. I said, right, this is the trip wire that goes to the trip flare. So beware of it. Everyone looked at it, acknowledged it. Yeah, fine. 30 seconds later, the guy walked around the other side of the Land Rover and tripped it. It just compromised our position. Told everyone, look, here we are within, a minute of having set it up. So
just to relocate.
Yeah, and we're talking about 4 trained guys here.
Yeah.
Experienced trained guys. So if anyone's going to employ some sort of booby trap or early warning measure, then everybody's got to know about it. And everywhere, you've got to be aware that someone could trip it accidentally, and it does happen. But, yeah. I think a lot of one of the basic things you can do is reinforce your door frames for the doors and windows, especially the doors. Yeah, most doors, external doors, are cheap. The wooden frames are made of pine, which is quite a soft wood, and it's only really as good as the metal plate in which the lock strikes into.
Yeah.
And most of the time, you can just kick that into your boot, or employ some sort of battering ram to quite easily take it down. So reinforcing the door frames is quite an easy, not necessarily cheap, but it's an effective way of reinforcing your doors. Putting multiple locks on the inside, door wedges or door stops on the inside, peepholes as well, so you can look through.
Yeah.
It's okay having cameras, but it grid down your power generation system and recharging system is going to have to be looked at. You might not have that capability. It might have been overlooked. So a peephole is a good, foolproof method. Really, you don't need power or anything like that. Window frames, you can secure those. You can do like Bob's done. You could put devices on the window ledges and stuff to deter people, bird traps and stuff. And then, I mean, all it takes is people to just go on the opposite side of the street and just sit there or stand there for 5, 10, 15 minutes and just look at their house. And you'll gradually start to notice things that become more apparent. You'll start to notice more weak spots. So that's another thing you can do. Doors and windows, shutters for windows. That's a good one. I mean, aside from that, it's only a certain amount you can do, really.
Yeah. But it is a problem when you live in an apartment, because you can't, especially if you rent it, you are limited with what you can
Yeah.
do and not to do. But we got to change our door into our apartment, so that is more secure door. Um, it is makes harder to break in, and it's also more secure when it comes to if it turn out to be a fire too. So
Well, yeah. I mean, when it comes to something like that, if you're in an apartment, especially at a top floor, that could be a good thing, because anyone who's coming to get into your place has to go out of their way to get to your place. So they've had to make the conscious effort to go through the door, up the stairs, bypass every other apartment on the way, specifically to get to your door. Unless they're making a systematic work through, unless they're starting at the bottom, trying every door and breaking into every house, apartment, all the way up to the top.
yeah,
By that time, you should have had some sort of indication that they're doing that. So on the plus side, you're at the top floor, and they've got to go out their way to get to you if they're targeting you specifically. If when it comes to what you can also do is, okay, you can't really do many modifications because you don't own the property, or because some landlord might own it, but you could have the option of having something on standby, so that if it all kicks off and you have to adopt these measures, then you can replace the door straight away with another. You might have a spare door, or a sheet of some other sort of measure to do that. You could then break out the door stops to nail or to screw into the back of the door, or to change the lock in that sort of instance. So you don't have to, you can wait until it happens, until a major event kicks off. That's the only thing you can do, really. I mean, if you are limited to modifying because you don't own a property, then that's the situation you're in.
Yeah, and that's the problem with a rental apartment. I can't modify anything unless the landlord approves it, but you can't do your own modifications.
I think you can get door braces and things like that, which you can quite easily put on the door behind the door quite quickly, so that if that situation escalates where the threat of SHTF kicked off and people are running around, start breaking into houses and stuff like that, you can get these things out and put them onto the door, which will bolster the security up. See, or you could go outside. You could disable the lift and force them to come up the stairs, and you could take a large chunk of the stairs out if it's wooden. If not, you could barricade the stairs up, which would give them another. You're buying yourself time then. You're putting the noisemakers on the outside. You're slowing them down to get before they get to you. It's a very difficult situation. You got to be flexible. Yeah. That's what I've got to say. Because there's a lot of people who probably in the same boat in the fact that they can't do anything now because they're not allowed to. But you can think about things now and get things in to make your situation better.
Yeah.
Because the other option is
the best thing is I live on the top floor, so I'm happy with that anyway.
Yeah. But the other option is you don't do anything, and that's not an option because you just leaving yourself vulnerable then, and they'll come to you as opposed to your neighbour who has done it. So you've got to be. It's when it comes down to you've got to be ruthless. This sort of thing. I mean, if the situation warrants it and it's that bad, would you want to stay there anyway? You might want to get away to an alternate location. So it's like the old bug out location thing. When do you bug out? My answer is you only bug out when your existing place is no longer livable or the threat is that bad that you're not going to survive.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could, like I said, start thinking more distance. So start thinking in terms of what you can do to your stairs. You can what you can do to the lift. You could possibly disable the lift, forcing them to come up the stairs. You could start thinking about what you could do to the external doors in the whole of the building. Aside from that, if there's any other similar sort of apartments nearby, then hopefully they'll go there instead of you.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's not a big gang of people, because I mean, if you're trying to raid an apartment block, it takes a lot of manpower to do it effectively and without casualties. So the person who wants to get in and get you or your resources or loot around, they're going to have to risk going into this unknown environment from their perspective. You're in control because you know everything. You know what's in those four walls. You know what's in the building. You can modify it to your advantage, you see.
Yeah. And the best thing, well, which I'm actually is a drawback. We should need a lift in this house, but we don't have any. So we have only a spiral stairs up. So
right. Oh, you could actually.
yeah, and it's pretty. It's not that wide. You need, if you go down, you need to stay on the left because it's wider there.
Yeah,
And if you go up, you need to stay on the right because it's wider that way. So it's not
yeah,
much. It's difficult if you or meet someone who is on his way down and you are going up, because you have to go to the first floor and wait there until that person has passing you. So
right. So how many floors we're talking?
4.
Right. Okay. So it's not. That's actually quite good then, because it's restricted movement straight away. There's no lift to worry about, and yeah, I'll take it they're concrete stairs, are they?
Yeah, it is.
Right. So you can't really get rid of them.
No, and it's when you go up for you can hear I can hear people go up to, when the people
Oh, right.
go up to their floor. So
Oh, that's a good thing as
you
well.
can
Yeah.
hear it's so loud. It's,
Yeah, that's a good thing. Well, yeah, you can actually
yeah,
get rid of the stairs because you sledgehammer and a good steel rod. You can start to create weak points or something. It creates a whole lot of other problems. But
or put some small bells on a fishing line and tape it, on the wall and
yeah,
and pull the string to the other side and put it tape it,
yeah,
put some tape on the pillar on the other
yeah.
side. So
Problem you've got with a flat or an apartment or any building above 2 or 3 stories is light. So I mean, if you haven't got any blackout curtains or any form of way of closing light off, you're going to be seen from a long way away.
yeah, I don't have any blackout curtains. I should get a couple actually.
Right. So if you've got a nice little alternate power system going and you've got all your lights sorted out and all this sort of stuff, in case of a grid down and the grid goes down, everyone's looking around and the only person with the lights on is you. They're going to come to
Yeah,
you.
you shine up like a sore thumb.
Yeah. You stand up like a pork pie at a Jewish wedding. Am I allowed to say that? I just did, never mind. But yeah, you're going to stand out, and the last thing you want to do is stand out because you're telling everyone I'm okay, I'm sorted. Yeah, the rest of you can rot, sort of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, well, you could black out curtains or retreat to another room at night if it's away from windows, that sort of thing. But you're going to try and be more low key anyway. I think with any sort of real drastic situation, the big thing is going to be the need for information. So you're going to be monitoring the radio to see what's happening and any updates. Is the situation getting better and all this sort of thing? You're going to be wanting to know. You're going to be on edge, put it that way, because you're going to be looking outside the window, thinking, well, what situation are we in? Is there groups of people forming already? Are they coming looking already? And you're going to be on the defensive, which immediately has a knock-on effect then to running you down more. You're going to be more tired. You're going to be more on edge. You're going to be more nervous, which it all contributes, and it will start to. When you're nervous, you actually use more calories.
yeah,
So you've got that to think about. Yeah, like someone just said there. Yeah, IKEA. Well, IKEA. They sell blackout curtains.
yeah. IKEA is a lot of good stuff for a reasonable price.
Yeah, curtains are expensive nowadays, especially blackout
Yeah,
curtains.
they are. Yeah,
Those curtains you get nowadays are just so thin. Yeah. Don't people have got to think about? Don't just assume that you get a pair of curtains and it's going to block out the light, because it has like a lampshade effect, and it'll just diffuse it and you'll see it. So you got to get a double set of curtains, or a decent set of thick blackout curtains, or you could use towels. You can use blankets and rig those up. You could completely do away with all that, and you could have replace your windows, if you've got any windows left, with plywood or metal sheeting. Whatever you can use the metal sheeting from car doors, car bonnets. You modify it all. There's various options out there.
Yeah.
Which is another thing. We used to have in the army, in the accommodation blocks, all windows used to be shatterproof, and all it was a thin plastic film that you just stick to the inside of the windows, so that when the window breaks, it just doesn't splinter glass everywhere. It just fractures.
It just spread out and stay there.
Yeah, they're definitely a good thing to get. Definitely, because glass is so, we all know, so fragile that in the majority of situations, the glass is going to be gone in most buildings. So the more you can minimize the injury caused by flying glass, all the better. So I see another pun there. Consider now while you still have this window of time.
Yeah, that's Seer in a nutshell.
You're a funny guy.
Yeah, he is.
So you've got to have the window of opportunity. Yeah.
The problem is I have too many windows in this apartment.
Right. Well, not a problem. I mean, you can have. It depends where you got. Storage is a big problem. In most places, it's not so bad when you're in a house and you've got a garden, you've got a shed. But if you're in an apartment or a smaller place, then storage is a problem. And the ideal solution, you could get some plywood sheeting and replace the windows with those. You could drill some holes in to look out or whatever. But yeah. So doors, windows, good window locks, good deterrents. Your vehicle, you could still have a vehicle that's working that you want to protect. Lock it away in your garage. Secure your garage door if you've got an electric garage. Padlock it from the inside. There's various locking devices you can have on the inside of garage doors. There's also, if you've got an electric garage door, you can drill a hole in one of the runners and put a padlock in there to stop it going down any further than the padlock. Because one of the key things with electric garage doors is people can break into them by using a long wire through any of the openings. A lot of electric garage doors have got these small glass or perspex sort of windows. What they do is they break them and get a wire and they poke it through. And the alternate way of opening an electric garage door when there's no power is normal. They normally have a little handle on a bit of string that you pull. It's normally on a red tag, which allows you to manually open the door. And what they do is they loop it around that and they open it that way. See, so you just got to think like a burglar, really. Most people. So protect your garage door. Your garden, difficult one. You avoid places people can hide. Really, as soon as they jump over a fence and they can hide, time is on their side and they can take their time as much as they like. It's good to have, a series of plants, I suppose, as well. If you got a boundary of poisonous plants or plants with spikes on.
Yeah, rose bushes.
Yeah, rose bushes, gorse bushes, sea buckthorn is a good one. Hawthorn bushes.
Yeah.
Preferably a bush that's going to double up as have some sort of other use. Blackberry bushes, for instance, also produce blackberries, so you can eat those in the autumn. Oh yeah, see ours. He's got 101 book of jokes there.
Yeah.
Security 101 jokes.
Yeah.
What else is there? There's protect your resources. You're not only, like you said at the beginning, protecting it from intruders, you're protecting it from animals and the environment. So make sure that any pests or rodents or rats
rodents
displaced
can be a really big problem.
Yeah, especially any sort of disaster, because as rodents get displaced, they seek shelter and food from elsewhere, so they can become more prevalent.
If you never ever had a rodent in your house ever before, and when a event happens like an SHDA, you will see a lot more rodents on your house.
Yep.
And
so people could have mass traps.
Yeah.
Just as a term, in terms of preparations in their preps, have a little deterrent bag, mass traps, poison.
Yeah.
And put their stuff in. Start to think about putting their stuff in more robust containers.
Yeah, and I know people who ran out of food. They catch rats and eat them. So
yeah, that's an option. That's not a problem really. 55% of all domestic rodents have got leptospirosis, so I'm taking a risk there. So it's got to be properly cooked.
You need to cook it properly.
Yeah, and so then you're coming back to food hygiene, which uses more water, soap, and that sort of thing. More safety, health and safety procedures. So animals, not only rats and rodents, in the northern latitudes, the more dangerous sort of animal, bears, moose.
Foxes. Well, if you have more rodents in your area around your house, and you will see more foxes because more food.
Yeah. And in terms of weather, you've got wind, rain, floods, snow, ice. And quite a common one is the domestic toilet system. When it floods, the water comes up through the toilet as well. So you could find yourself, someone might be in a situation where they've got a nice waterproof area, but they haven't considered the toilet system, the sewer system. And if the water table or water level rises, you can get an upsurge through your toilet, which will overspill. And it won't just overspill water, it will overspill sewage into your house.
Yeah.
Which will then make that whole area unlivable, because you're going to have to, you just can't get rid of it really. Not in the situation where water is a premium. So, water in drains. Don't watch where you put your preps. A lot of people have their preps in boxes and garages and stuff like this because they don't use them all the time. Their preps quite easily get damaged through floods.
Hey, Bob942, we just talked about you earlier.
Yeah, CR, there you go. Bob wants to know where he is. Or should that be where I am?
Yeah. He might be confused.
So, floods, wind. You You might have your preps in the attic. Your roof gets blown off or damaged. Your preps are all blown all over the place. Yeah, ice, frost, and ice damage
Yeah.
through pipes that are holding water, because you can never
Yeah.
really get water out of a pipe. Really, there's always some residue left in there. And if you've got I don't know, a water tank, one of the pipes is frozen, it bursts, you could potentially have a load of water, precious water that you could have been reserved for drinking,
Yeah.
spilling everywhere and running all over God knows what. The tornadoes, fire is a key problem, I'd suggest.
Yeah, it's a huge problem. Fire.
Even events like wildfires, yeah, you think fire is associated
Yeah.
with earthquakes, tornadoes. People don't really immediately associate fire with those, but all it has to do is sever the gas mains and cause a spark somewhere and it ignites, and fire spreads. So especially if you're in an apartment, because it could be someone else's fault completely. You're sorted, you've got every measure in place and so on and so on. The last thing you want is someone below you causing a fire because they don't know how to cook properly, or they've left the gas on.
I agree.
That's something that's a big risk, really. Yeah.
Yeah, that is something that worries me. If somebody, by mistake or stupid enough, has start a fire below us, that would be a nightmare.
Yeah. As CR says, I would like more water, but it's still a pipe dream. A good example is the Grenfell fire in London.
Never heard about that one.
No, right. Definitely Google that one. Grenfell Tower. It was a block of flats in London, high-rise block of flats, and a fire started somewhere along the lower third of the block of flats. And I think it was a faulty compressor in a fridge or something like that caused the fire. Anyway, the resulting factor was the cladding on the outside of the building enhanced the fire. And a lot of people died because they just couldn't get out. And they're above the culprit. It wasn't their fault. It's a huge problem. So if you're above jumping distance, consider some form of escape route or escape plan that you can safely get out. Whether that be a climbing rope or a ladder or something, parachute. Obviously not from the fourth floor, but you know what I mean.
Well, there you can, here in Sweden, you can get a special ladder that is foldable.
Yeah.
It's made by aluminum, and when you put that on your balcony, and you fold it out, and you can climb. And they sell those in different lengths.
Right. Yeah.
But those are pretty expensive, actually.
Yeah, I can imagine. Dedicated escape systems are really expensive because they are not really targeted at the individual. They're targeted at the occupants of the whole building. So therefore, it's going to cost a lot of money because then they've got to conform to building standards and safety installation standards and all that sort of thing. But a simple thing that people can do if they're not very high up is get a climbing rope and a figure of 8 carabiner and a climbing harness. or at worst case scenario, just a climbing rope. And if you need to, in a life or death situation, you will climb that rope. Simple as that. You climb, jump, or die, basically. So, I mean, they can range from just a simple climbing rope attached to the balcony. You rappel off the roof, off the side, or you slowly climb down, or someone lowers you down through a pulley system. Or you can get your own ladder. There's quite a few high-rise building escape systems now, ranging from parachutes, which realistically, one, you've got to have the balls to use it, knowing that it's going to work. And two, they're so expensive, it's out of many people's grasp. Three, if someone else knows you've got a parachute, they're going to want it first. All the way to like a sock, like a big canvas sock that you throw off the edge of the building, and you just get in the sock and you slide down inside it. There's quite a few options nowadays.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys.
Bob, you all right?
All good here. All good.
It's good to see you flew in.
We've been thrashing through a various array of topics, ranging from tripwires in woods all the way to jumping off buildings now to escape fire.
Yeah, to secure and protect your resources. And we mentioned earlier, preparedness veteran, and we talked about volcano ash and airplanes, how they damage the turbines in the engine.
Yeah, they get the hell out of there.
Yeah, we was talking about the 2010 Icelandic eruption, where it disrupted all the northwest European airspace, and it restricted quite a few of the airplanes going to and fro America and Europe.
They cancelled all flights, even here in Sweden.
The ash cloud was so destructive for engines that they completely steer away.
Yeah, that happened in 1980 or 81 when Mount St. Helens here blew up. It interrupted air traffic, Washington and Oregon and all that. That ash is very destructive.
Yeah. Same with the recent La Palma eruption. It wasn't as much disruption, but there was still some there. And of course, what they had there was the ash cloud. The danger was that the ash cloud would drift across the airport on the islands, and it's only a small island. There's only two means of escape on that island: the airport or boat. But luckily enough, the wind was blowing the other way, so they were managing to get aid in and out, aid in and extract people out of the airport. So it wasn't that much of a problem.
Yeah, just a little delays. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shadow.
Yeah.
Where's Verna and the sexy ladies? What the hell?
Actually, I have no idea.
Oh, disappointed in you, my friend. Okay. Did you see are you subscribed to that Suzuki, the Japanese girl?
Yeah, Fujima Suzuki.
She had a little video posted up the other day.
Well, what I did see that was the post you put up with these two.
I put that on my community tab, like, oh my God, or two Japanese girls in bikinis. Oh,
I put that on. I reinstalled YouTube on the phone, and I was scrolling through a community page, and that come up. And these two girls are talking Japanese, and the missus looks across and, what are you looking at? It's Bob. It's Bob. 942.
Yep. Can't help myself. My wife just rolls her eyes and just goes, "Holla, mister." You know?
As long as it's just at the eye rolling stage and nothing more.
No, no,
insidious.
I haven't seen the sharp knife for a long time, so I'm still sitting pretty good.
Rat poison in your food.
Yeah, if I see something arrive from Amazon, portable glass grinder, put ground glass in my food, and I know I'm in trouble.
In fact, just reminded me one of your videos, latest videos, because we were talking about security of property earlier just now, was tangle traps. We were talking about,
Yep.
yeah, it's a good idea from the outside of your perimeter. As gradually as you get closer to the walls and inner portion of your house, the countermeasures get more lethal.
Yes,
More
very
drastic.
much.
So, you start with some sort of noisemaker on the outside. And I just remember now until he popped up then was in between the perimeter and your actual building is to have some sort of tangle device.
Yep, yeah. That's the plan. Now that we're at peacetime, I don't deploy any of that stuff, but I'm let me gather up a couple things and I'll show you what I'm going to get all prepared and ready to roll at a moment's notice. So I'll be right back, fellas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Shadow, it's a good idea that because, like I said, you're trying to slow someone down if they're hell bent on trying to get you. If you're in a place with a perimeter, you want to slow them down from perimeter to you, which gives you more opportunity to respond, shall we say?
Yeah.
And it makes them more of a target the slower they are. So what Bob was on about here is a good idea, really. But like I said, keep it in line with your surroundings.
Okay, let me finish my cigarette and I'll turn my camera on here.
Yeah.
I work constantly at this kind of stuff, gardening stuff and home protection stuff. It's just, that's what I do, Here's a couple things. I worked on these a little bit on one of Shadow's lives. Just a second. Okay. All right. This is Kevlar thread from Amazon. I've tested it.
Yep.
And man, you're going to cut your fingers off before you can break this stuff. It's very strong.
How much did you pay for that roll of Kevlar thread?
Let me see here. I'll get you the details here in just a second. Go to my Amazon page.
Yeah, I've heard about that stuff, but the price, I've never considered it because I've always thought it was expensive.
It's kind of affordable. It all depends upon your budget and what you're looking for.
I suppose it depends like how serious you are.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Let me find the price for that. Looking on my buy again thing here. Where is it?
Yeah, we're saying while you're looking for that is you could be in a situation where if you got a grid down, you might not have the power anymore for your cameras.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll have to resort to more basic methods.
Correct.
Which is why a good idea to have a good old peephole in your door.
Yep.
And things like that.
Let me just do a search here. I'm not finding it on my buy again. Kevlar thread.
How much is on that roll?
I have the details for you here in just a minute.
Yeah.
Mil spec sewing. Okay, it was $35 for this roll.
Yeah. For
this spool. And let's see. Get the details here. Repair stitching. 33, 4. It says 4 ounces. So
Right.
I'm not sure how, but I mean, you can figure. Here's the spool, and it's got more thread on there than I could ever use in a lifetime.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this blends in with the ground, or it's hard to see even at night. It's really good stuff. But these are some things that I've got pre-made, and I'll get a package ready of pre-made stuff. And I took those tree branches that all come up to pyramid shape.
Yep.
And if I put this Kevlar thread between those pyramid shape with occasional of these little hooks,
Yep.
those are made out of stainless steel safety wire, and these are made to hook into fabric. I've hung them up from the ceiling in the shop, and I walked into them, and they'll hook onto your look without even any effort. It hooks right into your clothing.
So you've created it effectively. You created like a barbed wire
like
type
that
of effect. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll slow them down a bit. And
Yeah.
If I've got that strewn just below knee level on those pyramid shaped tanglefoot,
Yeah.
and they get their legs hung up in the thread and these hooks, it's going to topple those tanglefoot over towards them.
Yeah.
Now they're hung up, and it gives me some more warning. Gives me some more time to react. But this is stainless steel safety wire, and what is it? 0.041 thousandths of an inch. Is fairly thick. And then after I shaped it, I put it on the grinder, and I put a little sharp end on it.
Right.
Right. Just like that.
Yep. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Use them as a fishing lure.
Like that. That's where I got the idea, and I tried treble hooks, but they're a fishing hook is hooked too much this way. They don't really grab. So I tried heating it up and straightening them out a bit, but that didn't. Most of them broke because it's such hard steel.
All right.
So I went, I've got to come up with something else, and this is what I came up with. But I think I'll put together a kit of some kind ready to go, including a small pair of scissors or whatever. And so I can just go out there and just start stringing this stuff all over the place and deny entry in one area on one side of my house.
Right. We've got a 6-foot privet hedge at the back. And before it was well established, what we did was we put a fence in the middle of that privet where the privet hedge was going to grow over into.
Good idea.
We've got barbed wire running along it. So you've got up to probably knee, waist high, 3 or 4 strands of barbed wire running through this fencing system. And then you've got the privet hedge growing over the top of that, so you can't see it.
Is it like a laurel?
Yeah, it's one of those, just a thick sort of hedge you trim every couple of weeks.
Okay.
I didn't actually do it myself. It was father-in-law. So
right on.
But now you can't see it because this was like 15, 16 years ago plus, and you wouldn't know it's there. So if anyone tried to, thinks to themselves they can get through that hedge, they're going to get into that barbed wire first.
Hey, D-Rose. Yeah, good thinking. That's good thinking. I like that.
That's so more of a longer term thing. That is, it takes a long time for it to establish and sort of thing. But it's a good idea if someone's moving into a new property. Definitely,
yeah. Well, that's part of being prepared. Is you've got to be able to think ahead.
Yeah.
And react to it and work on it little by little. That's just what I do. And
I was saying to Shadow earlier, not many. I can't imagine many people. I mean, all it takes is for someone to go across the road from where they live and just spend 15, 20 minutes to look at their house and just to observe. And then, and after 5 or 10 minutes, you'll start to see the vulnerabilities starting to stand out at you.
Yeah.
And it'll be the blatant, obvious vulnerabilities. The more intricate ones, I suppose, they won't notice, but they can address various problems that stand out quite easily just by doing that.
CR, you're fired for a terrible sense of humor. You're fired. Hello, Hendo.
That's one of many this tonight. That is.
And in Shadow, you're on the edge of being fired until you get some if you get some sexy Asian ladies in here, you're put back in full status. But until then, your rating is just going down, brother. It's going down.
I'm on the edge.
You're on the edge.
Hanging on a thin thread.
On a thin thread, man. You better clean it up, mister. D-Rose or Steve, are you going to come up on the panel? It'd be good to see you again. Even though he was a Navy guy. No.
Oh, Dios, was that?
Yeah, he was in.
Dios, yeah.
Yeah, he was a Navy guy. Yeah.
Right. Good.
No, Mrs. is burning documents. I can smell the fire. Yeah.
It's not the will, is it? On the insurance policies.
Insurance and the will. Well, she did get a portable glass grinder from Amazon the other day. I'm not sure what she's gonna. It's made by KitchenAid. Hey,
right,
Steve.
I've got
Hey,
to.
Bob. Preparing this vet.
Good to see you.
ShadowScoutSwede.
I was just about to say I'm overrun with time here. I was going to go 20 minutes ago, but it was just me and Shadow. So.
Oh, dang.
I've gone to.
You know what's funny? It's like I didn't get the notification on my phone that he went live until about 5 or 6 minutes ago.
What? That's
talking about some.
No, like for some reason there was a delay on the notification. I still got it. Just it came in really late. I'm like, what the heck, man?
Anyone else listening? It's definitely worth going back to the beginning because we've got some good things up tonight and quite relevant. And when it comes to protection, all the preps you built up over the years, your family, your kids, your dogs, your property, all that sort of stuff. If you can't protect it, then what's the point starting in the first place? You know what I mean? And it's a very difficult task to do on your own. So
yeah,
a bit of reading, a bit of mutual support.
I heard you guys earlier discussing like I think it was you, preparedness vet, talking about like the decorative thorny hedges.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I remember when I was a kid, our old house over here in Falcon, Colorado. My mom was actually concerned a little bit about security, and she's just doing practical measures, security alarm system, and just a basic security alarm system, and planting thorny bushes around the windows to the house, especially on the blind sides of the house, where somebody could hide in the shadows potentially and break in under the cover of night, or heck, even during the day, because they're out of sight, out of view from the roadside.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. So, I mean, it's such an easy thing to do, and it comes down to a choice when especially when you first move into a place.
Yeah.
Choose a plant that is spiky, thorny, poisonous, whatever. It depends how deep a measure you want to adopt, or how much of a lethal measure you want to adopt. Or
well, I mean, I'm severely allergic to poison ivy. I'm wondering if any potential thieves are very allergic to poison ivy. Maybe I could just, the house I go to move down to in Texas, maybe we just plant a whole bunch of poison ivy around the windows.
There's a plant in Australia. It's called the Gympie plant. The Gympie plant, I think it is. GIMPY. MPY, which if you brush up against it,
Oh,
it's like a stinging nettle.
Yep,
It'll
I know
shoot,
what stinging nettle is.
it'll shoot a toxin into your, or a spike into your skin. But it doesn't stop there. It then leaves the nerve endings exposed, and it doesn't heal.
Ooh.
And the pain is so great that people
good Lord.
want to die, basically, because the pain is so great. And this pain lasts years.
Checked out.
Then, you know, if you're going to start putting these things in your garden, you've got to make sure that you don't brush
Yeah.
against these things.
You don't have kids running around, man. Oh
Yeah,
boy.
or dogs or anything like that.
Yeah,
check it
no,
out.
I was joking about the whole poison ivy thing, but
Oh no, I can understand it fully. Yeah, yeah.
no, I like that. I am very, very allergic to that stuff. It's not even funny. The only thing that I'm more allergic to than poison ivy or poison oak is actually 2-part epoxy resins, like fiberglass resin, anything that's 2-part epoxy base. I can't mess with that stuff.
I've just been using that stuff this week. Last
Oh
week.
yeah, no, that was one of the reasons why I got forced out of the Navy, is because of my chemical exposure to the 2-part epoxy resin paints. You know, like I said, I'm just.
Oh right.
It sucks, man. I'm allergic to a lot of stuff that you didn't used to ever be allergic to, but you know.
I've been using 2-pack epoxy black paint for the hull of the boat this week. Last week, should I say? And I've got to say the previous stuff has now been banned because it's so toxic, and it was fumes that come off it and all this sort of stuff. But the new stuff is a lot more sort of friendlier, shall I say? But yeah, I was saying to Shadow earlier that if you're going to have some sort of defensive plant on your perimeter or within your garden or anything like that, I'd say use something that's got another use as well. So like something that bears fruit that you can eat. You know,
the sad thing is, with the exception of like maybe blackberry or black raspberry, there really isn't too many things that, you know, dissuade people from wanting to get near that are, you know, thorny and pokey. And also, you know, not everywhere does blackberry or black raspberry, you know, take hold due to the climate, because it's too dry, the elevation is too high, or something along those lines.
Yeah, that is it. There is things that
I'm speaking that from experience, because I'm one of the few guys here on this panel that, you know, lives well over a mile above sea level.
Right. Yeah. Things that immediately spring to mind: alternate uses, cactus or sea buckthorn.
I actually, you know what? As crazy as it sounds, I actually like cactus. I think I love cactus, especially the cactus that actually do bear the prickly pear fruit. Yeah. And those prickly pear fruits, they taste exactly like raspberries.
Oh, right, good.
Yeah, I was over at Wes. The last time I was over at Wes S's place, he actually made some. Sorry, I know I'm freaking sidetracking here, but he made some wine from the prickly pear fruit from the cacti that grew on his property. So.
Good.
Can we get a lady up on the panel? Any ladies want to come up?
Are there even any ladies in the chat right now?
Yeah, Woman Outdoors, and then there's Simply Nanette. Nanette, yeah.
So, Shadow, I've got to go.
Yes.
I'm well over time here. I've got essential things to do. So
yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I'll catch you all later.
Sorry for keeping you there, preparedness veteran. I'm looking forward for your next video, whether it be something like water storage, something kind of boring, you know. When I say boring, I mean I'm talking about boring in the sense that, you know, your tactic cool douchebags are like, oh, water storage. Now all you need is food, you know, guns and ammunition and plate carriers.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people think it all revolves around guns, you know, but at the end of the day, someone's going to end up dying from something simple and. Yeah. So, well, I'm open to suggestions. I've got hundreds and thousands of videos lined up, but the way I do my videos, it limits me because location's a problem for me. it's difficult when you're not showing your face and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, good. Well, mail me me emails and me on me about.
I guess you
page,
could do a few more water if you got any more water storage ideas. I guess put them out there. I need to get into gardening. I'm actually getting ready to move. I'm getting my stuff packed up as we speak while I'm here on the stream. But I already graduated school, so like I said, I'm getting ready to. Hopefully, I
awesome.
get picked up with one of these electric companies down there in Texas.
Yeah.
So,
the speciality is really CBRN communications.
yeah, like I said, I guess do some gardening. Like I said, the only thing I've been doing as far as gardening, like I think I've told you guys. I know I've told Steve Corsair Trainers this. The only thing I've been doing is potatoes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. So, Shadow, Bob, yours.
All right.
Yep.
Peace out, Bet.
I've got to go. Right.
Yep.
Okay, no problem. Take care.
Anyone listening there, it's worth a
safe.
catch up. Start from the beginning. See you later.
All right. Later.
Yeah, I recently put out a video a little bit about my neighbors and giving Steve Corsair's Trainer a plug. My neighbor, well, first thing I did when I first moved into this place was I cut the tree back so you can see the front door of the house from the road.
Yeah.
And he and his wife came over and picked up all the branches and they hauled them away for me, which was really nice. But
wow.
then a week or so later, he cut down a tree in front of his door because I talked to him man to man. I said, this is the kind of stuff that they're looking for when they want to break into your house. Is they can kick your front door in and nobody notices from the road. And he cut a tree down. I learned from him about the cardboard boxes I've got stacked up in my garage doorway right there. I learned that from him because I told him the last place I lived, I had 19 attempted home invasions. And he opened up his garage door a few days later and he's got chairs and boxes stacked up in the opening. So I learned that from him, and I put crowdle bells on my boxes,
Yeah.
And I've come to find out recently that he was a tanker in the Kuwait First Gulf War. And and it was just he and I one day, no wife out there or nothing, and talking, two old GIs talking, and no wonder why he learned so fast about securing his home and learned from me. You know what I mean? And I've learned from him, and that's a good neighbor to have.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
a real good neighbor to have.
That's a good neighbor.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, and then it creates a good bond of trust between one another. It's like, okay, this guy's got my back, I got his back. He teaches me a few things, I teach him a few things, and just further increases the bond.
Yeah, it does.
And the same goes for between woman neighbor and woman neighbor, but like I said.
Yeah, he knows.
I don't care what your sex is. Like, I will gravitate as far as if we can hit it off as far as like just practical preparedness. Yeah, I think we could probably be friends.
Thank you, Hendo.
You know what I mean?
But it was really cool because after he and I had a man-to-man, old GI to GI, I was out there throwing the ball for his black lab the other day with his wife. And he came home from the store and handed me a can of beer. So it's like, okay, I guess I'm all right. Even though I'm a wimpy Air Force guy, but he knows the Air Force guys are smart.
Yeah. I don't judge anybody on their branch of service. Yeah.
I give a little bit of hell to
our own strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, I give a little bit of hell just to get some shit stirred up a little bit, but I am not one of those guys who lives by his prior military service. Man, I've done a lot since my military service. I've done a lot. And that's more important.
I think I've done a lot more. I'm saying I've done a lot more after the military than I have while I was in the military.
Bingo. Where have you been since then? That's the more important part, you know. Yeah. But you know, I go back to talking, two old GIs talking to each other, and I told him about how I was already out of the Air Force by the time the first Gulf War kicked off. I just ended my enlistment, and I saw on CNN one of the F-16s that I worked on. I knew that tail number. I went, "Oh, you Iraqis don't know what you're up against. Oh, you guys have got trouble." Then he went into being on the Saudi Arabian side in his M1 Abrams, waiting for the go. And the Air Force was fully unleashed. Go get them. Hit every target. And he said, man, they were sitting there for 30 days and 30 nights. And he said those Iraqis were pounded day and night, every day for 30 days. And by the time they came across the dirt berm to go into Kuwait, these guys were starved. And he said he referred to them as the Iraqi survivors. They were starved. They had no water, no way to get out of there. And he said, Dan, those guys were coming out with their hands up, begging for mercy, you know. And they were tattered, they were wounded, and there was no way to get treatment to them and all that. But
I was thinking about the imagery, not so much the video footage, but the imagery, the photos from, what do they call it, the highway through hell, where they strafe run with the A-10 Warthogs.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, there were I don't think there was any survivors from that. They, you know, when to finish the job, they came in with cluster bombs and but he did tell me about one incident because the tankers are always the first in. Armor is always the first in. And they came across some Iraqi tanks, and he's in an M1 Abrams, and he told me about how he was the gunner, and he lined up the sights and all that. And he said, first of all, we could see the Iraqis 3 times at a greater distance than they could see us, so they didn't even know we were there.
Yeah.
And there was a column of Iraqi tanks and armor, and they hit one, and then he lined up the Cadillac on it and hit another, and these guys came pouring out of their tanks with their hands up.
Yeah.
Forget it.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of that hardware the Iraqis were using, actually a lot of those countries were using old Soviet era surplus military equipment. Like old, was it Russian T-34s or whatever they had?
A lot of stuff like Chinese tanks and Russian tanks, and the British had the Challengers, and we had the M1 Abrams, and the stuff that the Iraqis had couldn't even keep up with our M62 tanks, you know. But
the Pattons, is that what they call them? The Pattons?
I don't know. We only had a couple of those on my Air Force base. We didn't have very much tanks. We had a few, but not too many. But anyway, he's a good neighbor to have. Damn good neighbor to have, because, you know, I'm contemplating talking to him about preparedness, but I mentioned in a comment today or last night that I might bring up the subject of a get home bag in the car.
Start
something
off light.
like that.
Start off light.
Yeah.
See if it bites.
Yeah. Because
I've done that myself with some people, or some people they bring off that vibe or something, or they'll mention something where I wasn't even thinking about it. You know, it's like, okay, this guy, I'm pretty certain that if he's not in the preparedness community, I'm pretty certain that he will he'll take to it.
Most GIs do. It's just built into us to have some stuff put away, you know.
Yeah.
But I think I'll start with that, a get home bag, and I'll give an example of his wife went camping out with her girlfriends last week or whatever, And I said, hang on, I got something for you to take, but bring it back when you're done. And I got her a can of bear spray with a belt holster. And I handed it to her. I said, put that on your belt when you're out hiking in the Olympic Mountains. So that kind of gives an indication. It's like, this guy thinks ahead, you know. So we'll ease into it, you know.
Yeah. And that's kind of how I operate myself. It's kind of easy with being able to talk to either current Latter-day Saints church members or even former Latter-day Saint church members. A lot of them, they already know about the food stores. They already know what they should be doing for food storage. So that's kind of nice.
But go back to earlier in the chat, I just came on and I was listening in when Preparedness Veteran was in here. He mentioned separating your food stores, and that's what I do.
Having it not clustered together as one group, have it kind of spread apart. Right. So if one area gets compromised, you still got two others.
Yeah, like we just moved into this house at the end of last summer, and my wife wanted me to put all the food storage out here in the garage. I said, absolutely not, because I don't know if we have rodents in the new house. So I put the canned goods out here, and the dry goods are a couple different locations inside the house.
Yeah.
You know, what's up, Tammy?
I have disguised one set of my food preparedness. While my computer was listing and I ran out to a friend's house, I just got a perennial onion.
Nice.
So my food forest is another way I disguise my food stores, because they're not going to be looking at my yard and what I've got growing in my yard when they're that hungry. Yeah. They're going to be coming for cans with can openers.
Yeah. And I was gonna say, and I'm glad you brought that point up. John, I don't know if you guys are familiar with John's Prepared Mind channel, but he had mentioned several times, either in past live streams or in past videos, but talking about doing what they call guerrilla gardening, where you plant things at random, and so like the untrained eye, they can't tell that anything's edible if there's even a garden there. It's just planted right there in plain sight. It's not nice, neat, square rows. It's kind of all over the place. Everything kind of mixed up. So, first glance, you can't tell, oh, there's a tomato plant here, or there's I don't know, squash growing here. That was one of his favorite things to talk about, is growing squash, like I think what they call it, winter squash, butternut squash, talking about, how he was able to get them to store for upwards of 18 months.
Ooh, that's really good. I've never made 18 months. I'm good if I can get them 6 months, but my house is too warm. I keep my house too warm. I know that's part of my problem.
Well, he was like at the time when he discussed that, the storing squash, he was still living in Northern California, and that was when he was still living in a fifth wheel, and he had the fifth wheel skirted all the way around. He said basically he was just using the ground where he skirted around underneath the fifth wheel is basically kind of like as a root cellar, and he was able to get stuff to the store upwards of a year or longer as far as the squashes.
Nice. I did a little double. I have prickly pear that is a food source, but I also planted it under my daughter's window so that it was a deterrent for her going out or anybody coming in. And my cat is playing with his bag. I'm going to mute. Sorry.
Cats and plants.
Oh, dang. Bob walked off.
Well, he will be back in
I figured as much.
Now's the time to say all the nice things we say about him when he's not here.
I mean, he's a really cool dude.
He is.
I really got nothing negative to say. even if he did serve in the Air Force, I've got nothing negative to say.
Well, I have a son that served in the Air Force, in quotes, because he's he's one of my kids, but he's not one of my kids by birth. And I have a son that served in the Army. And I was, for lack of a better term, again, in quotes, married to somebody for 8 years that served in the Navy. So I think I've got all the armed services covered. My uncle was in the Marines, and my dad was in the Army, as well as 2 other uncles in the Army.
So my dad and my older sister were both Air Force. My mom was Army National Guard. My younger brother and I, we went Navy. So, yeah, we're kind of the same way. Just about everybody has served in some capacity or another in different branches in the household. Well, I shouldn't say household, I should say the family.
Yep.
But I will say this much: I will not embellish my military service. I didn't do a whole lot. You know, a lot of my time was spent in the shipyards because I was attached to a brand spanking new submarine, and they were still having issues they're working out back aft, which I still cannot discuss because it's classified. But they finally got those problems addressed, and before I got out, I got to do some figure eights out in the Atlantic while we were conducting sea trials. So that was about the extent of my service.
Very cool.
Yeah, I was in the Army myself.
They finally stopped trying to recruit me. I've got old enough and have so many kids that they will not take me. But because of my civilian career, they recruited me. I got a letter every year asking me if I would like to join one branch or the other. But now I'm too old, thankfully.
Oh, yeah. Now, like that, even if I got myself back in a pretty good shape, they couldn't pay me enough to want to go back to the military, especially with what I've been seeing on the news. It's like, oh, God.
Yeah. Yes, Bob's probably coming back with something really cool to show us because Bob makes a lot of really cool stuff.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I'd seen that
He's
little
so
fish hook
creative.
thing. I'm still, you know, I'm gonna have to ask him what it was because I literally tuned in just as he was showing the end of him showing that little fish hook thing off.
Yeah. Well, I was in here and I didn't sign out, and then I had to meet my friend to get. I got an apricot tree, 3 cherry trees, and these onions, and I just walked in the door, set my stuff down, and I heard you guys saying, "Oh, do any of the ladies? Is there any ladies left in here?" And I'm like, "Oh, wait a minute, perfect timing."
Yeah, that was Bob. That was
so
Bob.
I hit the button to come up. I didn't even see who was up here or anything, and I hit the button to come up, and so.
Yeah, I wasn't paying close enough attention to the chat. You know, I'd seen that the Nightbot was in and Creative Redundancy was in, but I didn't see anybody else. So.
Yeah. Well, technically, I never left, even though I wasn't chatting. I'll have to go back and watch the middle, but I was here at the very beginning, and I'm here now. So, yeah. And my computer has been here the whole time for me, saving my place.
That's awesome.
I have a little food forest. I had to go out there check on it while I was so close because her house is just 2 miles from my food forest. So,
yeah.
And Bobby's back.
Don't worry, Bob. We were only talking crap about you while you were gone.
You can rewatch the live and see it. It'll be all right.
All right.
You need the timestamp.
He probably didn't catch that.
What?
I said, don't worry, Bob. We were only talking crap about you while you were away.
I'm used to it.
You can catch the timestamp. Just rewind, come back. You can see all the things we said.
I'm used to it. I'll show you something here, Hando. Now nothing bothers me. But there's
He's used to me.
that hot plate right there. Mrs. didn't like it. It didn't cook fast enough for her stinky fish. It doesn't cook very fast, but I brought it into the shop and I paid $1 for that frying pan from a secondhand store, and that's my coffee grounds. I'm gonna dry them out while I'm sitting here messing around with you knuckleheads, and then and
Who you calling a knucklehead?
I'm calling you a knucklehead, honey.
I
So
still
what do
love
you
you,
plan
Bob.
on doing with them dry coffee grounds there?
I'm mixing it with making it into fertilizer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm drying all the stuff out and putting it into a cardboard box over there, and I'll store it over the winter. And then when the plants, I can put it and mix it in with last year's potting soil and re-energize the soil. Myra Page, hello, Myra.
I heard what some people do, and like I said, I don't know if this is true for most plants, but I know this is true for at least rose bushes. People will put clip up old banana peels and put them around the rose bushes so they can get potassium.
Mm-hmm.
Makes more blooms.
Yeah.
Proud to be a knucklehead, Hendo.
Yeah, that's Handy in a nutshell.
I got to confess, guys, I did send Verna Cordone a comment a moment ago saying we're on Shadow Scouts Live,
You better watch out, Bob. After you had her in here the last time, we're now sub to each other.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to go tell on me, huh?
I am. I'm working on her to get that recipe too. I want that. I've got the basic lumpia. Now I need the real authentic lumpia.
Yeah, these damn women, they network. Watch out, guys. Watch it. Watch it.
Okay,
so I
know
suppose
that.
It's safe to say that things will not change even after the shit hits the fan. They're gonna network even then.
Oh, absolutely. Hell yeah.
Even if their networking includes a little bit of gossip, they're still gonna do it, and they're gonna pass the word around, whatever's going on.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's the necessary part right there. Or get the women to work on problems. They're good at networking and getting stuff solved,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's why the two sexes mesh together so well, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Amazon is here. I wonder if he got something good for me. Maybe he's got my inflatable girlfriend with him. I don't know. We'll see.
Bob, I'm going to sleep with Ginger again soon.
Are you? You are?
Your inflatable. Yes, I'm hanging out with your inflatable girlfriend without you again.
Watch out with it. Watch out for that. Watch out for that Ginger. She's a hoe. She's a damn hoe.
Yeah. I'm bringing her some clothes this time because if I'm going to sleep in that bedroom, she needs to put on some clothes.
She's
a track hoe. Her?
Yeah, I got to dress her.
She's a track hoe. Everybody's rode that train. Hello. Oh, let's see. I can't remember what I ordered from Amazon. We'll see what it was.
There you go. Making creative redundancy hungry again. You mentioned bananas.
Mm-hmm. Good day. Thank you. Love you, Amazon. You guys rock.
Give him a good review, Bob. Give him a good review.
Always do.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the snacks? Yeah, the humor is inflated here. Very funny, CR.
All right, I remember now that I picked the bag up.
I hope you get something awesome from Amazon.
Kind of boring stuff, really. I need some repairs done on the gazebo outside and some stainless steel wood screws. Yeah, not real exciting stuff, you know.
I thought this was going to be an exciting live mail call.
No.
And creative redundancy. I just want you to know I am leaving these jokes alone.
I already fired him, Tammy. Is he still here?
Yes, he is. And you just gave him a whole bunch of fodder for this whole thing. I don't believe you just held that up, Bob.
Damn. I don't know.
And they thought that it was going to get better if there was a woman on the panel.
Little did they know.
Sorry, guys.
But it's nice to have a mixed panel. It's always nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it makes the panel get some character.
Well, it's nice to know that it's not just a male-specific thing to want to be prepared. That's the other thing that I like.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I am in a really large
Facebook. That everyone can equally be involved in this kind of, this sort of thing.
Use brass screw last longer. Okay.
Well, they might. Stainless is good and strong. Good enough. Yeah. But that's it.
CR is like super glue, Bob. You can use CR as super glue if you need it.
No, he's fired. No, you look at a U.S. history in the pioneer times when the migration west, it took a couple. It took a male and female, the female to take care of the children and provide in food and feed the family while the guy go out and protect and grow, you know.
Yeah, toil in the fields.
Mm-hmm. You know, we've been doing a lot of the gathering, the foraging, and the planting for several hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah.
You know, and somebody else is out there doing the hunting. It takes two. You know.
Yeah.
And keeping the other folks who want to take your stuff out of the field, that's a man's job. You know, he's bigger and stronger to do that.
And let's not, if you've ever tried to keep a fire going, let's not belittle the job it is to collect firewood and keep a fire going for a family or a house or
you got that
just
right.
Keeping the fire stoked for a week. Keeping the fire stoked so you ain't having to relight it all the time.
Yeah, because
I think these modern day everyday conveniences that we take for granted, just going down to the store, picking up a lighter or picking up a ferro rod or magnesium block or a box of matches. It's like back in the day, I couldn't imagine, it'd be real easy to get matches, especially if the general store was like, I don't know, a day or 2 day ride in the town.
Yeah. After the half hour it took you to hook the buggy all up to the horses.
And then you gotta on your trip, you gotta stop and water and feed your horses too, along with yourself. That life's, there's a lot of people. Oh, I wish I was in on that day. And no, you don't.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. And nowadays, all you got to do is flip a switch, and you got lights and all that kind of stuff. And then those times, you had to, if you had a lantern or a lamp,
Yeah, people really shouldn't be wishing for that because that I think that stuff, that lifestyle is probably going to be coming back to us sooner than we like.
Could be. You guys can now watch coffee grounds dry. How's that for excitement?
Yeah, your coffee ground looks smoking hot.
Coffee grounds paint. Okay, I'll go with the coffee grounds.
Look at this. Look at this highly. See, I'm so glad I'm an Air Force guy because I'm so smart. Look at this high-tech coffee ground stir stick I made. Wow. Look at that. Aren't you impressed? See, look. It breaks up the little clumps. I'm a freaking genius. I tell you guys, I'm a genius. And, and
Hey,
you guys
careful
can watch
about
this
shooting
one.
your horn there too much there, Bob. You begin to start to sound like a narcissist.
Yeah, really. There you go. Wow. Yeah. You get to watch coffee grounds dry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other thing too, people don't think about, people wishing, romanticizing about living in the past. It's like, polio was still a thing. A lot of vaccines didn't exist. Tuberculosis was that was a terminal disease back in the day, up until the 1940s, when they actually did come up with a antibiotics for it. Was it 40s or 1930s? I know it's sometime right around World War II.
Well,
the other thing that killed a lot of the pioneers was milk fever. They didn't know to boil their milk and pasteurize their milk. And so they would get a lot of bad bacteria from the milk, and they would get fevers and die.
And what they used to call lockjaw, which
tetanus.
What is it? Tetanus. Yeah, you could get that from a thorn. I had it. I got it from a thorn, a blackberry thorn out in the woods. That could kill you. Let's go back to the good old days. No, no.
Well, it depends on what you mean with back to the old days. It was better at some point. At some point, it was not that good, but.
Myra, you're fired now. Myra, you are fired. I do not know.
She just asked you not to, and you did it already.
I did it already. See, I'm just raring to fire somebody else. Well,
I'm got to stand up for Myra here, Bob. You can't fire her. She said not to.
Oh, these damn women! I tell you,
we're networking. Sorry, Bob.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. What was that? Was that you, Tammy?
I have no idea.
It was not me. I did not light up. I didn't get a little ring around my thing, so it wasn't me.
Okay.
I'm taping up a box.
That's what I thought it was. It sounded like tape.
Yeah, it sounds like duct tape.
Is your name pronounced?
It's that clear plastic cellophane packing tape.
Oh, okay.
Are you Dior's? Because I don't know how to pronounce it. So while I get you
you pronounce it correctly. It's Dior's.
Okay.
Well, Tammy, Mrs. was home 2 days on last weekend and this weekend.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, you're really fat and sassy. She's been feeding you right up, hasn't she?
Oh, pretty much. But today, as you know, we buy mostly secondhand stuff, and today we went out and spent about $100.
Nice. What'd you get?
I got a nightstand for her.
Ooh.
And then a junky work table for outside.
Oh, in the pavilion?
Yeah. I can, and she's out there right now burning documents in my paint can stove. So there's some more free fertilizer, all ash, but.
Hey, tell her to not ruin your already ruined table, okay?
Yeah, it's a family heirloom,
For the last hour or 2 hours.
It's not ruined. It's what they refer to as distressed furniture.
Yeah, antiqued. It's antique looking.
Yeah, antiqued.
Doesn't that increase the value when you distress it,
That's what some people say. Now, both those, the nightstand and the table, were both made in the USA, which was pretty rare. And the nightstand was so heavy, my wife called up my son and said, "Okay, weightlifter, take that upstairs."
So it's made out of real genuine wood and not that particle board stuff.
Right. Yeah. It's real wood. Yeah.
The wood was pressed together by the tree growing, not some wood chips.
Machine.
Correct. Not a bunch of glue. Yeah. this also, Tammy, for I've still got a half a dozen fuchsias to plant, and
Oh.
or not fuchsias, I'm sorry, but petunias. I love petunias, and
Oh.
this right here is going to be. I'll probably make a video out of this. The let me get this all squared away. But I got this for $25. It's actually a good pot, but it's.
I'm not seeing the pot. All I'm seeing is that pan.
Working on it. Working on it. There we go.
Oh,
This
like
is,
oh.
yeah.
Is that
Oh, it's like
cast
a
aluminum?
lampshade.
It's cast aluminum. I'm going to make that into a flower
okay.
pot.
That's
man.
a pretty good roaster.
Oh, that's a cast aluminum Dutch oven.
Like
yeah,
that.
yeah. It's
Those-
that's for
those are-
roasting your.
Yeah, no, Bob, don't turn that into a flower pot. Do you know how difficult it is to get a hold of a good cast aluminum Dutch oven? No, just go get a cheap one from Walmart and turn that into a flower pot. Don't turn that into a flower. Do you know how
Oh,
difficult it is
no,
to find those? And they're expensive too.
We're taking one more out of the gene pool right here.
Oh man, I
That
can't. I
hurts.
couldn't even find one, man. I've been trying to look for one. I can't find one when I go look on the internet.
I want to make this into a gong. Yeah.
Oh, that's what we. That's your Easter ham pot right there, Bob.
Yeah, what are you doing? You
I'm
can
maniac
with that.
I remember, you know, I take any material and do this kind of stuff. And I remember my kids, they said to me, my God, Dad, they could go dive down and get the bell off of the Lusitania and you'd make it into something. Yeah. It's brass,
Oh.
man. It doesn't rust. You know
Oh. Oh. You're
This
making
is
me
what-
cry.
This is what I'm looking forward to. Is
That's a good sound.
Yeah, that's
I'm
a
gonna
nice
be a little
sound on
sad
that
there,
one.
Bob, because I've been looking for a cast aluminum Dutch oven for a while and I can't find one. Ever since I've seen Rob Painless use one on his bug out exercise video, it's like, golly, I would love to have one because cast iron ones are. I would not want to have that in a backpack of any sort.
Mm-mm.
well, I bet there's probably brand new ones on Amazon.
I looked
Not the
on
cast
Amazon, but could not
aluminum.
find him.
Mm-mm.
They're not cast aluminum. They're not even Dutch oven. They're
That
not
thing's
something
got
that
some.
let's just say this
That's got
much,
some-
Bob. There's not something that I'd want to put on open fire and not expect it to, not get ruined.
Mm-hmm. This is castleware.
Okay, I can understand drilling a hole through that bowl that you bought, that ceramic bowl that you bought like a couple weeks ago, but
I got another one. Yeah.
you're gonna turn that into a flower pot, man. That's
Yeah. And I got a hanger for $3. This was $25, and we're gonna make that. We're gonna polish this thing up with some metal and some Never Dull and
That's
make it
awesome.
nice and clean and put flowers in it. I'm just that kind of
Yeah.
asshole. I'm just that kind of.
Yeah,
Bob.
you know what? I'm gonna agree with you right now. You are an asshole, man. I've been
I heard
trying to
about
find a
cast
good
iron, but never cast
cast
aluminum.
Dutch. No, I'm not kidding you. Like, if you do find the cast aluminum Dutch oven, they're not cheap. They're like anywhere from like $80 to over $100.
This was
I
20.
was gonna say about 120.
Yeah. Like
About
well over
$120 right there.
One less than the gene pool.
I mean, oh, CR. I love your jokes.
Yeah, me too. Never heard about cast aluminum before. It's first time
Yeah.
I heard anything about
Yeah.
it.
No, they're like I said, the cast aluminum pans and especially the Dutch ovens, they're really expensive, but they're they are handy to have if you ever want to get into backpacking, hiking, or do bug out exercises or something like that. They're freaking they're featherweight compared to their cast iron counterparts.
Yeah, but
Yeah. They're still
They're
heavy,
like-
but they're not that heavy.
Yeah, they're like a
they'll-
quarter of the weight.
Mhm. Yeah.
And he's going to turn that into a flower pot and a gong.
You know it.
Yeah.
$7 made in Italy. Yeah. That's
Oh,
getting a hole
gee.
drilled right through the bottom of it. And we're going to put some more petunias. I got a half a dozen
Man.
petunia plants left. Oh, I got to bring in this plant that Ami gave to us. You guys are going to love this plant.
okay. Show it to us, Bob. I like marigolds. Petunias are nice.
I'm not a big fan of petunias because they smell kind of funny. Marigolds are a little better.
Yeah.
My tulips, oh my goodness, I went out to my property and my white tulips and my daffodils were out. Oh, they were wonderful.
Well, marigolds you can dry them, and you can put the dried marigold in the oil, and you can use it for your skin.
A hydrangea. Ami gave this to us as a housewarming gift thing. These ladies knew each other back in Davao in the Philippines. And mine got married to me here in Washington, and then Ami married a guy not too far away from us, and now they work together. So Ami gave us this, and ain't that freaking gorgeous, man? Look at that.
That's a big flower.
Yeah, it says this $30 for this big thing.
It's going to be a lot more gorgeous than you drilling a hole in a perfectly good cast aluminum Dutch oven.
I'll put that on video just for you.
Oh, yeah.
I'll drill 2 holes in it. Yeah. Doink,
Yeah.
doink. Uh-huh. Oh yeah.
Bob, you know I watch all of your videos,
Mm.
but I'm gonna have to not watch that one. You'll have to
Yeah.
excuse me. I'm gonna have to pass on that one. I won't comment. You're gonna have one less view than you normally do, but I'll be back for the one after that. You can't get
Okay.
rid of me that easy. I'll be back for the one after that.
I'll just call it the flower pot project, because this thing's it's gonna be polished when I get done with it. It's gonna be gleaming and polished and look nice, man. Hang it up on the gazebo with that hook.
Minus the
you
fact
know?
they'll have a bunch of new holes drilled into it.
Yeah, well, if anybody who can weld those holes back up. If you get a spool gun and some argon gas, you can weld holes back in.
Yeah, I believe aluminum has to be TIG welded, and not everybody can TIG weld. A lot of people can stick and MIG weld, but they can't. A lot of people can't TIG weld.
Yeah, you can
I
MIG
can
weld
TIG
aluminum.
weld.
Mm-hmm.
You can
MIG
TIG
weld
weld?
aluminum.
Yeah, I know how to TIG weld. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've
You can-
only ever done MIG and stick.
Well, you can MIG weld aluminum, but you got to get a spool gun and argon gas. Because you can't get aluminum wire on the big spool and have it coming out of your machine. It's got to feed directly into the arc because it's so soft it'll get jammed up. But you can do it. But
It's really hard to weld in aluminum. I done
Mhm.
that, and trust me, it's not that easy.
yeah,
Well, that's what I
yeah.
was saying. You have to TIG weld it.
Yeah,
I think
it's
that's all I ever
hard.
used when I was welding with shielding gas. I think that's all I ever used was argon. Either argon or might have used carbon dioxide. I don't remember.
I think I used argon gas. I'm actually a wide pipe welder, so I can know how to weld in pipes.
Yeah, I haven't welded anything since community college, which is 10 years ago at this point now for me.
Here we go. Watch the coffee grounds dry again.
You know, Bob,
Well,
I'm kind of mad at you. I don't think I can watch your coffee grounds dry now because you're turning a perfectly good cast aluminum Dutch oven to a flower pot. Like I could forgive you for just planting the flowers in there, but you're going to drill a dang hole through it.
I'm just that kind of a freaking scoundrel. That's what I am. I'm a troublemaker.
That's right. Bob, can't you find some sort of flowers? Find some flowers that like really wet feet that don't have to have a drainage hole.
But that's not as much fun as drilling holes. Yeah.
Put gravel in the bottom of your flower pot.
Yeah.
Well, if you like to drilling a lot of holes, well, you could be a dentist. They like to drill holes.
Yeah. Just that kind of a sadist. That's what I am. Just a sadist.
Oh, Bob.
Yeah.
Just like watching people squirm in pain.
Yeah. I'm glad you subbed to Verna. Every video she's got, I give her some best wishes and nice lady. Where'd that little high-tech popsicle stick coffee ground stirrer thing go? What did I do with it? How could I ever create another one of those? It's so high-tech.
I don't know, man. It's some crappy engineering right there.
What? A stir stick? Are you kidding me? That took me, 18 years of university studies to come up with this. Some
Did
people
you get a patent? Did you get your patent?
I did. Yeah. Before I show it on YouTube, I'm going to get a patent on this. Yeah.
You're going to, or you already did?
I'm going to. Well,
that's where you messed up there, Bob.
I can't read or write, so it's going to take me some time.
Hey, how much gender study and liberal arts did you have to take, for your prerequisite classes to get your?
Dude, it's what I live for. I am totally woke, completely.
Some boys in high school join the choir because they've got a lot of girls in there that are singing. Bob went to college for women's studies because he knew the class would be loaded with women, right, Bob?
You got it.
Especially Asian women.
Asian ladies. Handle with care. They are fiery tempered and extremely intelligent, so you got to handle them with care.
Yeah.
Now I do always respectable to Verna, and I've met quite a few Filipinas on your channel, Swede. That's really cool.
Yeah, many of them are really nice, actually. So. Well,
I was on a panel for a short while just before I came up here. She's a Filipina working over in Macau, and there was usually a group of us about my age, an Australian, Americans, and Filipinas, and her channel name is Maria de la Rosa, or I don't know, it's an España name, but I'm trying so hard to convince Maria to convert to Islam so I can marry her and keep my current wife, but it's not working out well. It's not working out well. It's just not,
Well, she kick your butt with it. You get the boot.
Mm-hmm. I've been married to my missus for so many years now. She just rolls her eyes and goes, "Okay, you can have more than one wife, but I'm going to stay the first wife. That means I have all the power and all the money."
Exactly. Oh Lord.
Well, growing vegetables for food storage. Think about it this way, Tammy. How many people in the U.S. right now could identify a potato plant? Very, very few.
Unless they live in Idaho or Michigan, I'm going to say zero.
Yeah.
Zero.
You could have a whole bunch of them planted around your rhododendrons, and you've got food sitting right there, and they'd walk right past it.
Well, that onion that it's it almost looks like a green onion, kind of or a chive kind of stem, and the whole onion is underneath the plant, and you plant it once and leave it, and it multiplies.
Yeah.
So if I want to go out in January in Michigan under the snow, I know where they're planted. I could go dig that out. Same with like Jerusalem artichokes.
Yeah.
You leave them in the ground and you come back and you dig them out, except for like March when it's so frozen you can't dig in the ground. Pretty much the rest of the year, even in Michigan, I can go out and get something out of my yard to eat.
Yeah, I've got the same kind of a deal going on in two different locations in my backyard. One right up against a cherry tree. There's a bunch of onions growing right there, and it looks like grass, you know. And then in the corner of the yard, there's a bunch of onions planted there.
Yeah.
Behind a rhubarb plant. Most people see a rhubarb, they don't even know what it is, but it's food, you know.
Yeah.
Not much,
or they think it's Swiss chard. I don't know why people confuse rhubarb and Swiss chard, because you don't want to eat a rhubarb leaf.
No, you don't want that. That's not.
No,
you
should not eat rhubarb leaf.
No.
Yeah, you'll only do that one time.
When you're in those plant identification, like on Facebook groups, and people are like, "What is this?" and I'm like, "Oh, you should not be growing plants."
Yeah.
No. I'm sorry, CR. Every time I come in to any chat, the automatically turns to food. I didn't even start this. Well, just so you know, I'm having pizza for lunch. That's why I had to go, because Becca needed some stuff for pizza for lunch.
I was expecting some lunch being in the kitchen, but my wife's out there still burning documents. You know, no, she is. She's still burning stuff, man. There's ash all over the gazebo floor, and
you should ask her to put a pan over that paint can stove and start cooking dinner while she's burning documents.
As long as it's soy ink, you'll be fine.
Burn documents is your dinner, Bob.
Yeah, there you go. I said, well, when you're all done, I'm going to sweep up all those ashes and I'm going to throw it out in the grass. You know, more fertilizer.
Oh,
yeah, that's good fertilizer.
I'll be right back. That just gives me an idea, something I can show on the camera while we're doing this stuff here. Just a second.
Oh, you love me, guys. You're gonna go grab a power drill right now?
I have no idea.
It's not cherry. It's strawberry. CR strawberry Dr. Pepper.
I didn't know they made it strawberry Dr. Pepper.
It's new. I have all the hookups at the grocery store, so I got the blackberry ginger ale. I got the cranberry ginger ale first. I got the cherry Dr. Pepper, and now the strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper first, because the guy that loads that stuff at the store always saves me a case of everything new.
Nice.
Yeah.
You have different flavors on Dr. Pepper. I know one flavor, and that is the original.
There's at least 4 right now.
Yeah, I'm only familiar with like the cherry and original. Oh yeah, and there's the vanilla cream one. That's pretty good.
Vanilla cream. Yep. Oh, that is my favorite. I don't like the strawberry as much, but since I bought it, I have to drink it up.
Yeah. I like the original one. That is what they sell here. They don't sell the flavored ones here for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, but you have other things that we don't have, I'm sure.
Probably.
Mhm.
About the dried up marigold flowers.
Oh, yes, and oil.
And put them in oil,
Mhm.
olive oil. You need to let them soak in for a couple of weeks,
Mhm.
and then you can use it on your skin.
Mhm.
That's medicinal properties.
I have an oil right now. I don't know if you can see it very well.
Yeah.
That's
Mixing some
oregano oil.
paper
Okay.
ashes in with this coffee. There you go. I said to her, she's out there. Hi, Nicole, Mama, you're making more work for me. I have to clean the gazebo of all the ashes. She goes, oh, it's good exercise. Anybody want a slightly used wife out there? Anybody want a slightly used wife? I'll send her to
Oh,
you.
wait a minute. She makes lumpia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would she adopt me? I need a mom. she's too young to be my mom, though.
Yeah. I don't know about the adoption there, Tammy. I don't know.
Well, I'm not in the market for wives.
No, I know.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right, there we go. There's some fertilizer being made while we chit chat. There's a little piece of paper that didn't burn up, but it's okay. That'll go in the flower pot in this brand new aluminum flower pot.
Where's your eggshells? I haven't seen you ground your eggshells and bake them yet in there.
I've got to come up with a system for that, and I got to come up with a container in the kitchen for Mrs. and discipline her to throw them in there. But she usually drops them down the what do you call it, the garbage disposal.
Ooh,
I would just go and get a glass mayonnaise jar or something like that, or maybe an old ball mason jar.
Coffee can, I
Yeah.
think.
I don't
Yeah.
drink coffee, so that never came to my mind.
And here I thought I liked you, Doris, and now you don't drink coffee. I've got to reevaluate this whole assessment I've made in all of 15 minutes.
I've had a lot of people judge me just on that fact alone. That and the fact that I don't drink tea because I don't like either one.
Okay, fair enough. It's okay. That means that there's more Dr. Pepper and coffee for me.
Oh, I drink Dr. Pepper. I don't drink it on regular. I drink it.
CCR, you're bringing everything back to food. Nobody said powdered sugar, but now you're back to food. I think it's you. I thought I was going to take the blame, but now I'm starting to wonder if it isn't just you, CR.
Hey,
I don't
didn't
know.
Bob fire you anyway there, CR? So what are you still doing here?
Well, he's still sticking here. It's so much talk about food, so he can't leave.
No.
If he leaves, it will be for a short while to get some food to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's busy burning up a bunch of immigration documents that are very old and outdated. So good to have her around because she has a tendency to stack paper up. You know what I mean? She never wants to get rid of paper, and it's like, now that she's got 2 days off, it's a good thing.
Yeah, it's easy to stock up on paper,
especially
the old documents.
Yeah, well, we're all done with immigration stuff for now because she's got dual citizenship, Philippine and U.S. So we're all finished with that stuff. And,
That's perfect. That's wonderful.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll never get dual citizenship.
Yeah, for a U.S. passport holder, it doesn't make much sense. You know, we were looking into that for me also, but I'm married to a Philippine national, so as soon as we arrive in the airport together, I get an automatic 1-year visa for free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So once I make residency there, because we do have a place, and then I can apply for a retirement visa. And but at any time, as long as I have that U.S. passport, I can come back home. So we were looking into getting me dual, and I would have to surrender my U.S. citizenship, then take on Philippine citizenship, and then apply to go back to the U.S. to get them both. And U.S. citizenship is expensive and it takes a long time. So it's like, why bother? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob, it sounds like you're running away. Are you running away?
Yeah, we will be in a few years. Yeah.
You know
We
that
will be.
RG Arizona guy, he's 71 years old. And he's not running away.
He's not running away. live out in a trailer in the middle of the desert, and that, you know, people like you who are running away. Yeah, trucked in his water. Yeah, that I don't. Yeah, I mean, he and I butted heads right away as soon as he said to me, "You're running away, just like a lot of other people." What in the F are you talking about?
I thought you were running towards home because you love it over there too.
I do.
You love both. You can love both. Why do you have to pick one?
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know?
It's going to be a lot different in the years to come, though, Tammy, because all the nieces and all are grown up, and Ate is going to be here in the U.S. and soon Tintin, she's going to be in Ireland working.
Ooh.
And,
well, you're going to have to go visit her.
Oh yeah, well, I guarantee you, yeah, because I think she got a 2 or 3 year contract to work in medical over in Ireland.
Nice.
Yeah, and then we got Chicken Monkey. She and another one are the only two that are left there. So it's times change, man. You know, it's not the same without all the nieces around, because Tintin, she's feisty, and I like irritating her just to get her uncle.
I've noticed. I've seen that. And Ate takes pretty good care of you.
She does.
She does.
Oh my God, man.
She's wonderful.
You know, I recall when we were in a van on a ferry boat going to Sumall Island when she got the phone call that your visa has been approved to come to the U.S. And we got some poor relations over there. I won't go into that. But you know, my English brother-in-law leaned over to me and goes, "Bob, how much you want to bet those guys have got every one of her paychecks spent already?" And I looked at him and I go, "You can count on that, Gary." You know, and all, you know, the festive. Yay, she's gonna go to America. Da, 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 da. The most I could tell Ate was, I just said, "How's your Spanish, Ate?" So I don't know much, Uncle. And the best advice I could give her was, when you get there and you get settled in, take some Spanish classes, because it's going to come in very handy for you here in the States. You're going to need it, you know.
Yeah, Spanish is a little bit they're complex in how they speak, in which order, and they have so many different words for one thing.
It's so different than English, you know. But her original language is about 30 to 40% Spanish, but by God, they don't pronounce it like the Spaniards. You know, like shoes is the same, zapatos. The Spaniards say zapatos, but they say zapatos or zapato or something like that. It's like, yeah, it's a Spanish word, but you guys chop it to
Yeah.
pieces.
Butcher
damn,
it.
Oh, yeah, butcher the.
Yeah.
It's the same with the English.
Yeah.
They
Oh, now.
use the English different too.
Mhm.
So.
Well, I live in one part of Michigan, but if I go to another part of the state, like if I go south, I don't understand what they say at all because they just talk in slang. And if I go up to the UP, they have their own language too, like idioms that I don't understand always either.
Yeah. Well, they're so close to Canada. They're in the Upper Peninsula.
They got a lot of immigrants from miners from like Cornwall and the Swedish, Denmark, Sweden, those countries that came here as miners and went to the UP. So they have a yeah, you betcha, and they have that idioms that they have kept from their motherland.
Oh,
where down in Detroit, they're to the modern slang of, I don't understand what they say sometimes. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm
What,
old.
like,
I'm old. I
are
don't
you
know
talking
that
about
kind
like
of
the
stuff.
stereotypical quotes like the "Oh yeah, don't you know"?
Yeah.
Oh,
I am.
geez, Margie.
Yeah, that's the. Well, if you've ever watched Escanaba and the Moonlight, that's what they do. They really do talk like that. And Jeff Daniels really was from Escanaba, and they do talk like that. And that movie, like, pretty much sums up how they speak. It's funny. But that's them, and that's part of the culture up there, and that's wonderful.
Yeah.
We don't all have to be alike to enjoy each other and learn. And
Actually, it is kind of funny. It is funny to listen and the way different people talk. Just like I'm sure the Europeans get a chuckle all the way the Americans speak.
We were talking about that. Wife and I were talking about that out driving, doing some secondhand shopping, and I surmise when she's with her friends, it sounds like a bunch of chickens. Rapid, and then I said, we Americans, we sound kind of like, dude, right, man, yeah, I get it. And you listen to a bunch of Filipinos. It's just so different.
And no, we're not making fun of anybody the way they talk.
No.
But it's what makes us special. I mean, those little regional differences is what makes us special.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
It's not a bad thing.
So does that mean I'm a special little snowflake?
I don't know you well enough to say that. I'm sorry.
I'd say no. No, there ain't nothing special about you. Just go sit down. Just go put your head down. You stink of piss. Put your head down.
Nobody's special to Bob but Ginger. Sorry.
No, that is there. Go back to the Philippines. That in Manila is the primary place where they speak English daily, and they're over the last few years they're developing a new language over there. It's called Taglish. Yeah, it's a combination of English and Tagalog. It's becoming its own language. It's evolving. Taglish. Yeah.
Okay, and that one was new. That is interesting how a language can change.
Yeah. Well, but sometimes when Americans go abroad, they act like really poorly.
Yeah.
Because like American tourists, I went in 1985, I went to France, I went to Paris.
Mm-hmm.
And you could tell the American tourists, first of all, most of them, I was there because I was with a school. We had already taken 4 years of French. So I spoke French okay. I don't want to really say fluently, but I could understand it. I could speak it. I could talk to a shopkeeper. I could order food. I could find the bathroom. I went on the subway by myself. I was that confident. Okay. Don't tell my teacher. She doesn't know I took off by myself. But hey, besides that, Mrs. Stearns, if you're listening to this, I'm sorry. But we had to help this one group of tourists, and they were American tourists, and they were dressed in full German attire, lederhosen and everything, because they had just come from Germany the day before, so they were dressed in the whole leathers and the big stockings and the hat with the feather, and it's like, oh yes, and they were lost, and they couldn't ask directions from anybody because no one in their group spoke French.
Wonderful.
I after that, I bought a beret, and I wore khakis and not blue jeans, and I was like, I'm just gonna climb over here in the corner and pretend I'm not American. It was like, it's so
that's embarrassing. Why would they do that?
I don't know.
That's stupid.
I know. It was like, really, you did that? Like, who thought this was a good idea in your group? Who? Which one of you is that? Yeah. And that no wonder they think that Americans are horrible, because we go over there and behave horribly.
My experience overseas, the people I really avoid are the Australians. As soon as I say I'm from the US, here comes the attack. Immediately the attack. Yeah. Your country is so stupid and so effed up, and because all they know is they watch Sky News Australia, and man, here come the insults immediately. So as soon as I hear an Australian accent, I leave. I'm not going to put up with it. Now, my brother-in-law, Gary, he's British. They don't attack him, but they do me. So many times I tell them I'm Canadian.
Oh, is that kind of like I tell everybody I'm an insurance adjuster when I go on vacation?
I suppose.
Because if I tell them I work in the medical field, I get every symptom they've had for the last 10 years, and I have to second guess their doctor on every diagnosis. Like, no, thank you.
Yeah, my wife hears a little bit about that too.
It's like, no, thank you. I just want to be on vacation and not,
I recall one time over in Davao, we were staying at a place that had little cottages, and I went. It was owned by, this place was owned by an Englishman, and they served Western food, cheeseburgers, and that kind of stuff, and so it was right by the pool. And one afternoon, I'm hungry. I'm going to go over there for some lunch, and I ordered a cheeseburger, and I sit down at a table. Next to me is another white guy, and he's got 3 empty bottles of beer in front of him, and he's an Australian. And he heard me talk, and there's no hiding it, So he went. It was during the years that Donald Trump was in office, which is none of his business because it's not his country. And he went off on the guy and me. So I put my earbuds in, and I turned the music all the way up, and I set my phone down on the table, and I ignored him. And oh man, that pissed this guy off, because he was already drunk, and he wanted to fight. And I'm not going to give you what you want, So he got very upset at me for whatever, because I didn't want to engage in a topic of the president of the U.S., which he shouldn't care about because he has his own country to worry about.
Yeah.
But
people do get very angry if you just don't engage them.
Yeah, he did.
They get very angry at you if you just ignore it and move on and leave them behind and don't engage them. It really pisses people off.
But from that moment forward, I started gathering information to use in that game. And we're all screwed up here in the States. We're all a bunch of idiots and losers. You're right. But I do have a question for you. Why is it that the United States had to mint your currency up until 1964? Why? Why is that? And why is it that you guys make cars in Australia, right? Right? I know you do. You guys are the smartest. So why is it that the car manufacturing companies over there are Ford and General Motors, owned by the US? Is there a reason for that? Is there a reason? And the heavy equipment that you use in your mining, hey Corky, is in the heavy equipment that you use in your
Courtney,
mining
good to
facilities
see you.
is made in Korea and the US. So yeah, we're stupid. Americans are dumb. We're dumb. But why do we have manufacturing that can outproduce you? Can you answer? Those are things I've got lined up for the next one if I can't get away from them. Especially minting their own currency. They couldn't even print or mint their own currency until like 1964. And their country got started the same time mine did. What's up, Corky? Yeah, those are the only people I've had problems with are the Australians, and I don't understand it. I just don't. And I've met some good ones, but the foreigners I get along very well with overseas are the British. I like the British. I like the English.
I like the US because and Americans in general, because I like the accents US has.
Yeah.
So I feel the British English is a little bit more
slang.
Yeah. And it's sometimes harder to understand those from UK because it's so messed up sometimes. It depends on where they come from.
Right.
And
right.
I have much easier to understand someone from US because it's more clearer. You can hear what they say.
Across the broad spectrum of the states, we all sound almost the same, almost. And in England,
in the Midwest.
Mm-hmm. In England, each county, they sound different than the next county, and they do it on purpose. It's weird. Yeah. I'm not slandering the English. I like the English. Naked Gardening Day? Not
Never
here,
heard
honey.
of.
Not here, honey. It just broke 60 degrees. That's it. I ain't going out there naked.
No, I don't think your missus would like that.
No.
Either.
Or bailing, posting bond, and getting me out of the county jail.
And he just made friends with both of his neighbors. He's told a neighbor about the one lady and then the couple. You don't want to blow that with one gardening day.
Yeah, that would be bad. If I got arrested wearing nothing but a shop apron and rubber boots out pulling weeds in my flower bed, that would be tragic. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for putting that image in our minds there, Bob. We really appreciate that. It's not disturbing enough that you talked about having a handful of poop and a gun in the other hand, waiting for the next home invader. Your pants around your ankles. Now I got it. Now I've got this image of a middle-aged guy in the backyard. Be a normal scene, minus the fact that he's not wearing anything except for, like you said, a pair of rubber boots and a shop apron.
Well, I got a denim shop apron that will cover most of it right there. Ain't that enough?
As long as he's not bending
yeah,
over,
except
pulling,
for
might be okay.
problem there, Bob. It'll be in the middle of the day, but there'll be a full moon out.
Yeah, there would be.
Yeah. And what you get from that is moonshine.
I could imagine. I could imagine the wife's busy at work, and she gets a phone call. Hun, can you post bond for me? I'm in county lockup. What happened? What's going on? The neighbors have no sense of humor.
I don't know. I was just
huh?
minding my own business, gardening out my backyard.
My balls are swinging around the backyard, and the neighbors called the cops on me. You know,
It was hot out. What can I say, honey?
It's
I went
naked
commando,
gardening day.
except for I went really commando.
I thought the fence was
All right.
high enough; they wouldn't notice.
Well,
Well,
it was good
laughing my
chatting with you
ass
guys.
off
I'm
when
gonna have to
it's
dip
back
out of here because my
speed
phone is
gardening.
about to die.
All
I'm
right,
gonna have to
take care,
dip out of
Steve.
here. Yeah, you guys take care too.
Take
It was
care.
good meeting you there, Rebel Canner and
Nice to meet you.
ShadowScoutSwede. Hopefully, that next package I sent out to you, it should be there within the next week or two. There, Shadow.
Yeah, the interesting thing is I got from the mail office, post office, that I had to pay the what I call it.
Important duties.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
I paid
Ah.
it the same day. The same day I paid it. The same day I got it, and you don't know what I got. I got a reminder yesterday that you have to pay it before the date. I have already paid it.
Yeah.
I even have a receipt on that I paid it.
Sounds like paying bills here in the States, Shadow. You're not alone in that. You know, send off a payment for something, and this is your final reminder. We're going to send it to collections, and then two or 3 days later, you know, we're referring you to a collection agency. Dude, come stop it. You know, they'll send out 3 or 4 notices for the same bill. They do the same thing to us too, Shadow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have to
this
dip out of
is
here, guys. I
post-Nord.
gotta go.
Yeah.
All right,
okay,
Steve.
Take care.
All right, later.
Bye. Thanks. Nice to
All
meet
right.
you.
Yep, nice to meet you too.
The company who sent the reminder is they Post Nord. They are very quick to send a reminder. If you get the original, no, day after or 2 days after you get a reminder, you need to. What?
I already got it.
I already got it. And I got a receipt. I paid it by Swish because that's fastest way to pay things. And I don't know, why don't they check their accounts to see, oh, you got a Swish. You get the payment. Why send a reminder that you were too fast?
Because if you're old and you don't remember paying it, or you think it's something different or get confused, you'll pay it again, and then they can hold on to your money and draw some interest off the bank on it for a little while.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I don't pay the same thing twice.
No. Well, but they're just doing that because they can catch, 1 or 2 out of every 10, 15 people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not 500 years old and senile.
Yeah. Exactly.
I know, but they don't know that. You're just a name on a computer to them.
Yep.
I should send them a mail. Hey, I already paid it. Don't send me a reminder. You can do that next week or 2 if I didn't pay it.
Bye, Courtney.
Later, Cork.
Take care, Courtney. Thanks for stopping by. So now, when I paid it, I hope now I have to wait for the customs approval before I get it.
Yeah, because they couldn't approve it first to make sure you could have it before you have to pay for it, in case they decide you don't get it.
Yeah. but I really hope I get it soon. It's another MRE Dior's sent me.
Oh, cool. Very nice.
Yeah, I got 6 MREs, but he couldn't fit the 7th, so he had to send it. But the first package he sent with 6 MREs, I didn't get any notification or any letter that I had to pay anything for it, for the import. But now, this one,
Maybe there's something good in this one.
yeah, I begin to wonder if he put something else in it.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I think
And the question is, I wonder how much they messed that package up.
Yeah.
Because if they are stupid enough to open an MRE, which is legit, if they open it, you need to consume it as soon as, basically, when you get it.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Otherwise, you can't put that away anymore.
Because it's
Once
lost
you
its vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got on my prepping list from Swede's channel. He bought a bunch of extra blankets,
Yeah.
and I've got some, but I'm inspired by that video he made a long time ago. I've got that on my wish list. Get extra blankets. Yeah. There you go.
Just went to a garage sale, picked this one up. Want to know what I paid for it, Bob? Nothing. It was in the free box.
Right on. That's the best.
Not a whole, not a nothing. So here it is. It's just a little like bedspread throw, real lightweight, summer weight.
Yeah.
Perfect. Because now we're going into summer.
Yeah. But
washed it.
I got a problem with that though, because my wife is such a germaphobe. You know what I mean? And she's in the medical. You know what I'm talking about, Tammy.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, I know, but like I walked up to this house and they had like 10 boxes of stuff. Everything else they were way overpriced with because they had a very, very nice house.
Oh, okay.
I was not worried, and I took it right home, and it went straight in the washing machine.
Yep.
No, nothing that I bring home from a garage sale comes in the house unless it's hosed down or goes straight in the washing machine.
Yeah, yeah, that's what happened today. The nightstand that's up next to Mrs. Bed, we purchased that, and then I stopped up at the store and bought some more Clorox wipes. And so Vince carried it from the car upstairs, and she immediately was putting on surgical gloves to go up there and wipe that thing down, because you ladies in the healthcare, you know so much about bacteria and on and on. She said she inspected it for bugs in the store. No bugs on it. So that was the first thing she did. Glove up, and she went up there and wiped
pull
it
those
down.
cracks out and make sure there's nothing. Checked all the seams where they put the wood together for
Bed
right now,
bugs
I'm not. We around here, there's such an outbreak of bed bugs, and I will not bring anything into my house that has wood right now.
Oh wow, yeah.
Because in this area, it's bad, and we don't have them, and I don't want to get them.
I heard horror stories about those things. Once they get in, I hope nothing happens with that thing. But I know her. She's in there with that bleach and scrubbing every little corner of it. And so that's the thing I run into with the blankets, is getting some blankets for emergency and getting them in the house. You know.
Do you have a Harbor Freight?
Yeah.
Go to Harbor Freight and buy their packing blanket pack. Okay. You can get 12 brand new packing blankets. They're very, very heavy. They're very, very warm. You could put them on the floor and sleep on them on like a concrete floor and be okay because they're that pat. If you get the heavy ones, but they're cheap and new.
Okay. And then that's what I'm looking for is new, because I've priced brand new blankets for bedding. Oh, ouch.
Yeah. My last tax return, I bought a Pendleton wool blanket. That was my splurge.
I get that. I've seen those.
I love that baby. I love that blanket.
But I do have like example is I think it probably also is a little bit dollar smart to buy sleeping bags too, because you can unzip those. But packing blankets, I've heard that from other preppers on YouTube. They buy those because you can wall off a section and keep a space heater in there and stay warm.
You can replace a door with that and keep the room warm. Yeah.
I've got a big roll of very thick plastic I ordered on Amazon, and I've got that sitting next to my rack with all the candles and all that, just in case, and some really heavy duty push pins. These push pins are strong, and you can beat them with a hammer. And I thought I'd keep that around just for walling off a piece, but packing blankets, I'll definitely look into that.
Yeah. They're really nice if you can get your hands on some.
I just ordered moving blankets. That's what you call them?
Yes. Yeah. Moving blankets. I think they come from Harbor Freight. I think they come like a pack of 12, and you can get them in different sizes. Okay, they're really good. Like if you're camping too, like in a tent, to put them down on the bottom of the tent to sleep on. If you don't have like an air mattress or something, to kind of be an extra layer between the ground and you. Because a lot of them, one side is waterproof too. If you, depending on how much you spend for them.
Yeah. I'm looking at them on Amazon right now. They're anywhere from $31 to $74 for a pack of 4. Well, this is a pack of 4, 80 inches by 72 inches, 35 pounds of weight. It's $31.
80 by 72 would be like if I'm not mistaken, a twin size bed.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they're not bad on Amazon too. Yeah. Let me look up sleeping bags, see which ones.
But sometimes at Harbor Freight, you can get a coupon. They send you those coupons all the time.
Yeah.
So you get they're cheaper if you finagle the couponing with it. And you buy that and get your one free tool for the month.
There you go, a little flashlight like thing.
Yeah.
Let's see, sleeping bag.
Sometimes it's more frugal to spend money than it is to save money.
Yeah.
I love my 0 degree. I'm trying to think of the name brand. Marmot. My 0 degree Marmot sleeping bag. Because it is very, very lightweight.
Well, they're sleeping bag on Amazon starting right around $19. Cool weather.
My 0 degree was a lot more expensive than that, but I will never own another one.
Oh,
my Marmot 0 degree was a lot more expensive than $19, but I'll never own another sleeping bag. It's my last sleeping bag. It'll last my whole life.
Oh yeah, Marmots are expensive. I'm looking at them right now.
Yeah,
ooh, honey, yeah.
Okay, you know how cheap I am. You know that I'm Scottish, and when I squeak, I mean, when I butcher, I eat everything but the toenails and the squeak. And I will buy a Marmot sleeping bag again. If for some reason I lose this one, I would spend the money and buy a Marmot again. So I'm telling you, it's worth every penny, even though it is so much more.
It's good quality then.
Yeah. And the lightweight, you can't find a sleeping bag that goes to that extreme cold, which we need where we live.
Yeah, especially your place. Yeah.
Where we live, we need that. and you can't find one that is under 10 to 12 pounds. That's where the marmot comes in. The marmot sleeping bag 0 degree is only like 3 pounds. And if I'm going to bug out, I can't carry on top of all my other stuff a 12-pound sleeping bag.
Mm-hmm.
And then it gets wet. And what do you got?
Oh, yeah. An impossible situation then. Mm-hmm.
The marmot is down. It's going to take care of me even when it's wet.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's not going to weigh 100 pounds.
That is good.
So that's why, you know.
Well, you saying you would never buy another one. That's enough said right there for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a lot, but I think I'm probably going to go for the packing blankets because they seem to be more dual purpose. You can wall off something and sleep on them.
And you can 4 people. You take, you know, if you get a pack of 4, you've taken care of all 4 people with something. They got something. You know, it's a great place to start.
Yeah.
The only reason I got the bag is because I was doing the Appalachian Trail. I was hiking.
Okay.
Before I die, I'm going to hike the entire trail. I've done 37, somewhere between 37 and 40 miles out of the 2,200 and some odd miles. But before I die, I'm doing it in segments. Before I die, I'm going to do the whole trail.
Right on. That's a good goal. Right on. There's a good kind of a zombie prepping movie out there. It's a Korean movie. It's called Hashtag. It's on Amazon or on Netflix and others. Hashtag Alive. And it's a city setting and everyone turns into zombies quickly. And it's a disaster, movie. And there's 2 people. They're both about the same age, a young lady and a young man, across a courtyard from each other. And the young man is giving basic. His mom left money on the table for him to go get food for the house. And it's about an internet addiction because he was addicted to video games. So he had no food in the house. His mom and dad and baby sister are out of the house, and everything happened.
Oh no!
So he's down to nothing. And his fridge got knocked over, and on, and he's to the point now to where the water shut off. He didn't save any water, and he's got a rope around the light fixture, and he's in the living room, and he's going to kill himself. He's at that point. It's like, and a laser beam comes from across the courtyard and it bounces off of his body while he's standing up there going to hang himself. And the young lady sweeps the laser beam onto some Korean words. Don't do it, stupid or idiot. And these people are polar opposites. The young man is addicted to video games and did nothing for himself. She is an active young lady, hiking, mountain climbing, all that. And they showed the setup where she took some of her active gear and she made a tent inside of her living room so she could get a little space heater and a candle, stay warm, because eventually the power is
gone.
And the water is gone. And she's got a little hovel inside there because she's active. And he's an internet addict and he has nothing, and so she saves him. But he did have a drone, and he could bring a cord across to her balcony, and they could exchange food. She was feeding him.
Yeah, she'd have to, because
he was a technology guy who had no preparations, and she was an active young lady, and but. Yeah, the deeper meaning behind the movie is internet addiction and how it can really screw you up if you're doing nothing else, which that's where he was at,
Yeah.
But here, how horny I am. Asian ladies, of course, she's just perfect little yummy. But they're rescued. I'll give that away. They got rescued. And they're in the helicopter flying away. and all of a sudden he gets a notification on his phone, and he's got this fine little yummy sitting next to him, and he ignores her and goes for his phone. It's like, dude, didn't that teach you anything?
No.
Didn't that
No.
teach you nothing? She's right there, man. She's yours for the taking. You survived all this stuff together, and you're going for your phone. You get it, you know?
Yeah.
Mhm. That's why I maybe I'm older generation, but I do dedicate a lot of my time to preparedness. I do. I'm diligent about it. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
I don't know. My family is not on board with me much, but
Yeah.
you know, I'm not preparing for them. Sorry anymore. They're all old enough now. That they need to prepare for themselves.
How many times have you heard, Tammy, over the years, if anything happens, I'm coming to your house?
No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
That's eventually was my answer. No, you're not.
Oh, the last person was like, "Oh, you have all this food," because they saw my basement, which I don't show people.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, I will come be your protector." Dude, if there's zombies, you're falling. I don't even have to trip you. You're gonna fall. You're that clumsy, and I'm just gonna walk away. Like you couldn't fight your way out of a paper bag, but you want to be my protector. No, I don't need you. Thank you. No, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that a million times from former family members who I don't associate with anymore, who live on the ragged edge, driving on bald tires, and I'm going to come to your house and other friends. And no, you're not. That just eventually had to be my answer to them. Like,
my answer is, I will teach
need to do this.
I will teach you how to take care of yourself. I'll teach you how to build a pantry like this on a really tight budget, because I have a super tight budget. I'll teach you how to, take care of yourself, but you're not coming here and expecting a welcome.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm glad I got Mrs. on board with her experience in Civil War. And she said, absolutely, under no circumstances does anybody come inside of this house. Yeah. Nobody comes in the house, because she's seen it go bad in real situations. And she said the only people that would be allowed in our house are blood relatives, period. That's it. Yeah. Nobody else,
Yep.
What's this? Can't be solitary for 10 years. It wouldn't make it, especially people who work. No. I don't want to be solitary for my whole life.
Yeah.
Well, I heard the same question. I got the same question myself, and I told them that will not happen. That ain't gonna happen.
Ain't gonna happen. Good answer. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for me, if it got to the point where I say if like these neighbors next to me that are pretty good neighbors, if they're hungry, I might pass them some food out the door, but no one will ever come inside the house. That
would be a big mistake.
Yeah. Because they might be your friend today, but tomorrow morning when they wake up with a full stomach and they like your daughter, they like your wife, they like what you've got, and you turn your back and you get they'll hurt you to get what you've got. So.
Yeah. That is the problem. And the other problem with it is people can have a tendency to be very manipulative.
That too. Yeah.
If they have that in the genes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If they were born with that ability to manipulate, if they are psychopaths, they are manipulative. So
Yeah, it's hard to trust. In fact, in many cases, it's better not to trust, just don't, because they're your friend today, tomorrow they'll tear you down. That's one thing that's really, you find that a lot in online or on reality. Your coworkers today, they're your friend to gather information about you to use it against you later.
yeah. And the problem is that you can have a very nice neighbor. Well, that can't hurt anybody, and not even hurt a fly. So, but the problem is, can you trust that person or not? Because he can hide his true nature.
True. Mm-hmm.
When his kids are hungry, he's not going to be the same person he was when his kids weren't hungry.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And I learned in nursing that the people who are talking about other people to you behind their back are the people that are talking about you behind your back to the other people.
Yeah.
So as soon as somebody does that, I start distancing myself from them pretty quick.
Mm-hmm. I learned that at Boeing, Tammy.
Mm-hmm.
But you just mentioned a topic, kids. Okay, now all my neighbors here, or nearly all my neighbors, have got grown kids. Mm-hmm. You can trust their mom and dad, maybe, but what about their kids that are teenagers or young 20s? How far can you trust them? You don't
exactly.
You don't know them.
My son yesterday wanted to take someone out to, I'll use the term, our bug out location to show him something I have stored there that is not a prep. And I'm like, he asked me, "Hey mom, what's the address to our property?" And I'm like, he goes, "Do you know our address to our property?" I'm like, "Yes, I do." Did he get the address to our property because he doesn't know it and he isn't good with directions? No, he didn't.
No. Yeah,
no.
Good.
And when he came home, I explained to him, he's like, "But I wanted to show him the truck." And I'm like, "Yeah. And everything else I have out there too."
Uh-huh. Smart, Tammy. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
He's 19. He doesn't think about that.
It's always begin with the truck, but when you see the truck, show the truck. Oh, what else can you show me?
Yeah, look, they've got tools, they've got this, they've got that, and they don't live there. And I know where they live, and I know their schedule. Guess what? Now you've got nothing.
And their son posts on Facebook that they're going on a family camping trip for a week.
Oh,
that is stupid.
So I don't want people knowing. I got enough. No,
I don't. I don't want that to.
You have to be very careful of certain places and telling people where certain things are, and
Yeah, that's the same with me when we go overseas. I think only one time. And one guy in England got it. He's been a sub to me for years. I showed me locking a padlock, and I said, "I'll see you in faraway places." But we had two people living in the house while we were gone, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And Mike, weapons collector, figured it out. "Hey, Bob, you're going overseas?" Could be.
I got to go grab the baby. The little girl just came in, and my granddaughter just came in and said the baby's crying. I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem.
I'm going to close the garage door, too. It's pouring down rain. Naked gardening my ass.
Unless you want a shower. Oh, my. Well, kids should be introduced to technology to 13 anyways. It's a real brain sapper. Well, it's hard these days. Everything is about technology.
Yeah, naked gardening here, you'd be in hypothermia in about 20 minutes, man.
Probably.
No.
Work up a sweat somehow in detox technology. Yeah.
Mm. Made it rubber. I haven't seen that channel. Let's take a look at that channel. Well, no content.
No.
All right.
It's relatively new on
Mm-hmm.
YouTube.
Well, I'm gonna smoke one with you guys, and I'm gonna bounce out of here and go give
Yeah.
my missus some attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been nice to have her home for 2 days in a row last week and then this week. And I guess next week she'll be home for 2 days in a row, and her schedule is going to go back to 1 day off a week. I don't know how she does it, man. But she's dedicated to saving lives. That's what she's dedicated to, you know.
Yeah, that's a tough schedule.
12 hours a day most days, 6 days a week.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
long days.
And she's over 50, you know, and that's why I tell you guys, when she gets home from work, the dishes are done, the house is clean. The only thing I don't do is cook. You know, that's her thing, or she'll bring me home food. And on Sunday, we usually have a lunch date and then go to bed. Go to bed. Everything's taken care of. You just go lay down, go rest, you know. What's this made of rubber? Are you okay? Fossilized vampire skull and bones? Yeah, hey, you want to come in my house in a disaster made of rubber? You can come shelter in with us.
Bob's basement is really nice. Really nice.
Yeah.
He's got a freezer and popsicles and all sorts of things all hanging out there just waiting for visitors.
Popsicles. Just bend over
Ice
there.
cream.
Oh, there's all kinds of ice cream down in my basement.
Yeah, and he has a personal doctor too, Dr. Pepper.
Strawberry.
Yep.
Bob carries all 4 flavors of Dr. Pepper in his basement just for me. It's okay.
You just go on down those stairs there, and everything will be fine. I'm just a helpless old man using a walker. You go down first, okay?
Yeah.
You find
and then a boot in your butt.
Down
tumbling down.
The Jack and Jill effect.
And you wake up and, you know, oh, I see you're awake now. It's party time, cowboy. You know what? I thought of making a horrible video. Oh my God. You know, having Antifa for dinner or Antifa, but I got to be careful about that. I don't want to be targeted, you know. Maybe Antifa for dinner, and, you know, show the camera showing me the camera's down on the floor looking up at me and going like this, something like this, where I've got a plate and a big carving knife, and oh, you're awake now.
What is that? What is that video game my kids played that I couldn't stand? And it had like that kind of an imagery thing in it. Like you woke up and you didn't know you were an artificial robot person. Oh, I can't. And then he slowly gets his memory as he fights the radioactive creatures and leaves the bunker. I can't think of that. What was that? You know what that is, Sawyer?
Fallout.
Fallout. Yes, Fallout.
Oh. Have you ever seen a Peter Puffer at full corral?
Can't say I have.
Rubber, are you okay? Are you all right? Yeah.
That's a no.
That's
Just
a no. No. Just time for you to take your medicine, Mr. Rubber.
It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
It'll be all right. Just
take the pills.
Yeah, just take the pill and go lay down. With the good-looking guy. Oh, are you a made of rubber? Are you male or female? Or how do you identify yourself today, made of rubber?
What is your chosen pronoun? That's what you have to ask Bob today.
Oh, is that
the
it?
new words are, what is your chosen
pronoun?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, made of rubber. We're talking to you.
They can identify all sorts of ways. You're looking for the pronoun that they like.
The pronoun. See, that's that
or
English
pronouns.
101.
I mean, you don't have to pick one these days. You can pick multiple.
You can pick 50 if you want to.
You can even make a few up. It's okay. Nobody had anything else to do, last 2 years.
This
they
is
just made up pronouns.
My safe space.
Okay. I have crayons. I have prepped crayons and color books. If you are feeling anxious, we can get you some crayons and color books.
Oh,
Lord. I mean, if there's a real horrible disaster, I just could not imagine what people like that would be like. I mean, I don't think many of them would actually stay alive for very long. They just melt,
Yeah, I agree.
No, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but if you can't handle someone calling you the wrong pronoun, what are you going to do when you're going to have to fight for a hamburger bun? Well, I need a timeout. Take their stuff,
Oh, okay. So I think maybe the problem is I'm here. That's the problem.
What? I can shape my face anyway. Wow.
Shapeshifting.
Yeah.
What in the hell? Oh, it's one of my Crodal bells fell off a box.
Yeah. Sorry. If you'd like me to step down, I can step down because I'm sure this was probably my carrying it in.
Are you? You have a stalker out there, Tammy?
I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of talking about anything at all, Bob.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I've had one of those before. Just a real disease.
Yeah, don't give them the time of day.
Okay,
That's my motto.
I got it. You figured out who it was, and yeah, I get it. Mine shows up once in a while still on my channel, and I usually answer him back in comments. I was hoping you were dead from liver cancer by now.
Oh.
And I know who it is. When he's got about 40 profiles, and he'll leave a horrible comments, and then I'll ask him, how does it feel to be a man your age, to live in a trailer at mommy and daddy's house? Because that's where his situation is. And he's about my age.
What?
Yeah. A dude in Florida. And he is in love with me. Yeah.
I know someone that ate lunch every Wednesday for 3 years in the cafeteria where I worked, hoping to see me. Nobody likes hospital food that much.
Was this an employee or
An ex-boyfriend. So, like, if anybody wants to stalk me, they've got to do better than that.
Mm-hmm.
Because, it's amusing. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, the scary one is my real stalker of where we used to live. Yeah,
Yeah, that was scary.
that's real scary. And
Yeah.
he's probably, but yeah, that's real scary. Well, yeah, you guys have seen the videos where he came back to my house for the 5th time.
Yeah.
You
Just
called me a queer. It's like, you get
Oh,
out
that
of here.
dude. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
The one that left the coins and the little trinkets,
Yep,
so you'd know he'd been there. Because
Uh-huh.
I mean, they got to get attention somehow. If you ignore them, then what are they doing to get attention?
Yeah, for almost 7 years, over 6 years, he did that.
Mm-hmm. I'm so sorry, Bob.
The problem with stalkers is they can be really dangerous.
They are.
After a while.
Mm-hmm.
Really dangerous.
They
can. Yeah. If you go back in the history, especially in U.S., there is stalkers who stalk people and kill them.
Yeah,
I know.
Mm-hmm. I've looked.
I know very well firsthand.
Mm-hmm. I've looked into it.
I've had one of those worthless pieces of paper already.
Oh, I didn't even bother.
Yeah.
I looked into erotomaniac stalker, and some of the people, psychologists and experts say that it almost always ends in bloodshed. So I'm still not out of it. Mm-hmm. I'm fairly sure he found out where we lived until I set up 2 more cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only protection I have is cameras and motion sensors and all that stuff. He will not go in front of a camera. And that one day I caught him on video was because I had my phone. I had just taken down my outside cameras, and that's when he came up to the door for the 5th time.
Yeah.
When you called me queer, and surprise, and that and all the evidence that I still have.
Yeah. Oh, don't get rid of it because
all dated, and the location where all that stuff was at, and surprise. If I catch you on one of my cameras now, that's when I'm going to go after you. Not with a restraining order, but that's felony harassment and stalking. That's a felony because we've changed location, and he's followed us. That's a felony. Yeah. You're going to get locked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember I posted that video of him at my doorway, and Steve, Corsair trainer, he was prison system for 30 years, and he sent me a good warning. He said, "Be careful of the crazies," it's because he had to deal with them too in prison, and is a felony. Okay. Stalking, you need to get your head examined. You're sick. You are diseased. You are a parasitic creature that should not exist, in my opinion. You are diseased.
Yeah, a normal person don't do that.
Oh, Lord have mercy. That's just disturbing, That's why lately I've been pulling back. I go on Shadows Live, and I go on one of the Filipino lives.
I get it, Bob. I understand.
Yeah,
it's
because
okay.
I was discovered someone else was doing this to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm out, unsubscribe, I'm out,
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I cannot understand the mentality of someone who has to know everything about you. That's not right.
Yeah.
It's usually for nefarious purposes. I want
Yeah.
your money, I want your property, or
Yeah.
drugs rewired them. Yeah, whatever, dude. Well, I'm gonna bounce out of here, guys. I'm gonna go give my missus some attention.
Yeah.
So if
Please do.
anyone wants to stalk me, I won't be alone for a while.
For the
Actually,
next 5 centuries.
I won't be alone.
The rest of your
And
life, because she never
Mhm.
leaves you alone. She loves you.
she loves me. And the real danger is my son. That's the guy you don't want to cross. He's upstairs. Filipino guy. He pumps iron for. I mean, he's got a whole gym up in the spare bedroom. He also attended the United States National Judo Championship a few years ago. Quiet guy, but God help you. If you don't come in the house, just don't come in the house. I'm sorry to hear, Tammy. I'm on your side. I've been through.
You don't have to take sides. I'm not asking anybody to take any sides.
No.
I am just doing my own thing and doing it the
Mhm.
way I've always done it. And if you want to watch, fine. If you don't, fine.
Mhm. Yeah, for me, I've been through it in real life and online. I understand the situation. It's like, dude, get a life.
Yeah.
All right. Peace out, you guys. I'm gonna go give my
care,
missus
Bob.
some attention. God bless. Thanks for having me up again, Shadow.
Yeah, you're most welcome.
I'll try to wear pants next time I'm on your panel. Bye for now.
Well, I think it's time to wrap things up.
I'm sorry. I hope I didn't ruin the party.
No.
So.
No, you didn't ruin the party.
Bye, Myra. Thanks for sticking to the end, too.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Tammy.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Take care. Stay safe. Okay, guys. Take care. Stay safe. God bless. And I will see you in the next one. And I appreciate it.